Hello po! If you are learning Tagalog, then you are in the right place. My name is Pat and I'm here to welcome you to the Tagalog Time video series and podcast where I will teach you conversational Tagalog. In my Tagalog lessons, we will break down grammar rules, we will learn common phrases that native speakers say, and we will practice so that you can feel confident speaking Tagalog to anyone you meet. Along the way, we will also talk about Filipino culture, history, and geography so that you can have some context to go along with the information we learn about the language. But first, I want to ask you, why are you learning Tagalog? Did you grow up in a home where your parents or your grandparents spoke Tagalog but you were never taught how to speak the language? Or maybe you have a special someone in your life who speaks Tagalog and you want to learn the language so that you can get to know their culture better. Or maybe you are fluent in Tagalog and you just want to understand the language a little bit better. Whatever your reason is, I'm so glad you're here. We will start from scratch, get a good foundation on the language, and build our way up. A little bit about myself. I was born in Manila. My family moved to the United States when I was 2 years old. And growing up, my parents only spoke to me in Tagalog. The only time they spoke to me in English was if I was in trouble. They wanted to make sure that I understood that I was in trouble loud and clear, so they said it in English and in Tagalog. But for the most part, my parents only spoke to me in Tagalog. Also, I watched a lot of TFC, the Filipino channel, growing up, and my family went to the Philippines every other year because we still have a lot of family over there. So all of that really helped me stay fluent in Tagalog. And it wasn't until I was already an adult when I really appreciated the fact that I was bilingual in both English and Tagalog. And I hope to help you in your Tagalog learning journey. I will mention that this Tagalog lesson is available on 2 different platforms. You can find the video on my YouTube channel, Tagalog Time Pat, or you can find the audio wherever you find your favorite podcast. I decided to have this Tagalog lesson available in these 2 different platforms because I know some people prefer the video so that they can see the images on there if they are visual learners, while others are auditory learners and prefer to just listen to the information. However you are catching this episode right now, I do encourage you to try out the other platform at a later time. For example, if you are watching the video on YouTube, maybe try out the podcast later. And vice versa, if you are listening to the podcast, maybe check out the video later. There are certain things in both the video and the podcast that are very beneficial. For example, when you are watching the video, you can see all of the words spelled out. You can see how everything is written and the pattern of all of these phrases. Whereas when you are listening to the podcast, you can really focus on the sounds and the emphasis and the pronunciation of words. The video and the podcast work different parts of your brain, so give each a try and see which one works best for you. Alrighty, let's go ahead and get started with the lesson. This is episode 1. I like to call it Tagalog Fundamentals. Our learning agenda for the lesson includes talking about the history of Tagalog. Where does the name come from? Who speaks Tagalog, like in what regions of the Philippines? And what is the difference between Tagalog and Filipino? So Filipino is actually the national language of the Philippines. How is it different from Tagalog? We'll talk about that. Then we will learn some common introduction phrases so that you can have a conversation with someone you just met. And lastly, we'll do some practice questions and apply what we learned. Alrighty, this is a picture of a river. In fact, this is the Marikina River in Metro Manila. I will just describe it to you. In the back, there are some skyscrapers, really tall buildings. In fact, this is kind of what you would see in the Philippines whenever you visit a big city. So there's skyscrapers. Most of those are probably condos, probably office buildings for both domestic or local businesses as well as international businesses too. And then there's probably some shopping centers all mixed in there as well. Around those skyscrapers, you will see a lot of houses. So big cities are very populated. A lot of traffic can be seen there. However, throughout the city, you will find pockets of nature, like this river, or even parts of wooded areas, or even nature parks where families will often relax together. So what does a river have to do with Tagalog? Well, in Tagalog, the word river is ilog. And back in the day, those who lived near the river were called taga-ilog. Taga means from, ilog means river, so these people were from the river, or also known as river dwellers. The opposite of that would be taga-bundok, from the mountain. So this was just a way to distinguish people in different regions. Taga-ilog are those who were living beside the river. And the name Tagalog comes from this phrase, taga-ilog. It is the language that was spoken by these people who were living near the river. So eventually, the language was called Tagalog. Now, what is the difference between Tagalog and Filipino? Well, before the 1930s, there actually wasn't even a national language in the Philippines. At the time, Spanish and English were considered to be official languages, but there was no national language assigned yet. It wasn't until 1937 when Tagalog was declared to be the national language by the government. However, this was pretty controversial. Tagalog was only spoken in the Central Luzon area. That means people up north and people in the south did not speak Tagalog. There are lots of languages and dialects throughout the country. In fact, some people didn't even recognize Tagalog as the national language. Some people did not support this decision, but ultimately Tagalog was chosen for a number of reasons. First, Tagalog was spoken in Manila and its surrounding areas. And this is where the government had resided for many years. So since this is the area where government decisions were being made about politics, economics, and social issues, many people decided that Tagalog would be more suitable to be the national language. Also, Tagalog was chosen because it didn't have as many smaller dialects like other languages did in the country at the time. Another reason why Tagalog was chosen to be the national language was because there was an extensive amount of historical documents and books written in Tagalog. So this showed that Tagalog had already been a well-established language. Lastly, Tagalog was chosen to be the national language at the time because even though not a lot of regions spoke it fluently, it was the most widely understood language throughout various regions in the Philippines. Eventually, in 1987, it was declared that Filipino would actually be the national language instead of Tagalog. So what is the difference between Tagalog and Filipino? Well, Filipino comes from Tagalog. However, it includes loan words that are also commonly used, but come from Spanish, English, and other languages. For example, let's take the word dictionary. In Filipino, people would just say diccionario, dictionary. However, a true Tagalog purist would say talatinigan. You'll notice that the word diccionario has a lot of Spanish influence. And that is what the Filipino language is all about. It incorporates all of these loan words that have been mixed into Tagalog. So that's the main difference between Tagalog and Filipino. Tagalog is the uninfluenced language, whereas Filipino incorporates all of these loan words and influences from other countries. So speaking of, what are some of the Tagalog influences? Well, Spain colonized the Philippines from 1521 to 1898. So for over 300 years, Spain occupied the country, so it had a big effect on the Filipino culture, language, and traditions. Here are some loan words from Spanish. Caballo, horse, radyo, radio, cuchara, spoon, tinidor, fork. Another country that influenced Tagalog is China. There were a lot of immigrants from the Hokkien community who were from the southern tip of China, and they immigrated to the Philippines between the 16th and 19th centuries. There are a lot of Chinese influences in the Filipino culture. For example, the cuisine, pancit and lumpia, come from the Chinese culture. Also, beliefs in feng shui and other things like that come from Chinese culture as well. Here are some Tagalog words that were influenced by China. Hikaw, earring, susi, key, ate and kuya, so older sister and older brother. Those are some words from the Chinese culture. Next, America influenced Tagalog. America occupied the Philippines between 1898 and 1946. And here are some English words that have influenced Tagalog. Wais, wise, ballpen, pen, nurse, nurse, driver, driver. Also, Japan influenced Tagalog. They occupy the Philippines between 1942 and 1945, and here are some Tagalog words that were influenced by Japanese. Karaoke, katol, which is the incense or some smoke that's used to deter mosquitoes, and then tsunami. And again, this is what the Filipino language incorporates. It adds all of these words that have been borrowed from other countries into Tagalog, whereas Tagalog purists would use other words that were more used in pre-colonial times. All right, so now let's take a look at where Tagalog is spoken throughout the Philippines. There are three main island groups in the Philippines: Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Luzon is up in the north, then Visayas is in the central area, and then Mindanao is way down in the south. Tagalog is spoken here in this central Luzon area, so it's more up there in the north. There are so many languages in the Philippines, and here are just some of them. Ilocano is spoken up there in the north, northern Luzon area. Tagalog again is the central Luzon area. Bicolano is in the southern Luzon area. Waray is spoken in the Visayas region, also Cebuano and Bisaya. All of that is spoken in the southern areas of the Philippines. And then Hiligaynon is on the western side of the Visayas region. Now the big question is, what is the difference between language and dialect? I will say that not everyone agrees. Some people think Tagalog is a language. Some people would say Tagalog is just a dialect. Same with Bisaya. Some people would say, oh, Bisaya is a language. Others would say that Bisaya is a dialect. Based on my research, language is considered to be more broad, whereas dialect is more regional. So yes, someone could argue, oh, Bicolano is regional, Hiligaynon is regional. I like to consider all of these as different languages, and I know I'm going to get people who disagree, and I apologize, but I also just like to give these regions their own recognition as having this developed language and form of communication. I've been corrected before. I've called it a dialect and someone said, no, actually it's a language, and vice versa. I've called it a language and people say, no, it's a dialect. I would encourage you to maybe do your research. You figure out what you want to call these different forms of communication and call it what you would like. I will call them languages. All right. Now let's take a look at where Tagalog is spoken all throughout the world. Well, just think about where Filipinos go. Wherever there are Filipinos, there's likely to be someone who speaks Tagalog. And Filipinos travel all around the world, either for their families, they want to be closer to people who have moved away, or maybe just for work. There are a lot of overseas Filipino workers, so Filipinos have moved everywhere, all around the world. So Tagalog is spoken in almost every continent. Did you know that there has been a Filipino on Antarctica who did some research there? Other than that, they can be found in South America, Africa, North America, Australia, Europe, Asia, everywhere, really. So it is a very widespread language. In the United States, especially on the West Coast, like California, Nevada, Washington State, Tagalog is one of the most spoken languages in households, according to the U.S. Census. So good for you for learning Tagalog. It is a very useful language when you're meeting someone new. All right, so let's go ahead and learn some common phrases in Tagalog. If you want to say hello, how are you in Tagalog, it's Kumusta ka? Kumusta ka? So it's spelled K-U-M, kumusta ka. But sometimes you might hear some people say kamusta ka, like it's a K-A sound. Kamusta ka? So if you want to say hello, how are you, it is just one phrase, kamusta ka? All right, now here are some responses. If you're doing well, you can say mabuti naman. Mabuti naman. That means I'm doing good. I'm doing great. I'm doing well. Mabuti means good. Naman is an emphasis word. So I'm doing good. Mabuti naman. If you're just doing okay, you can say ayos lang. Ayos lang. Ayos means okay. Lang means only. So I'm only doing okay. Ayos lang. And if you're not doing good, you can say hindi mabuti. Hindi means not. Mabuti means good. So not good. I'm not doing well. Hindi mabuti. Okay, say these phrases with me one more time. Kamusta ka? Hello, how are you? Kamusta ka? Kamusta ka? Mabuti naman. I'm doing well. Mabuti naman. Mabuti naman. Ayos lang. I'm doing okay. Ayos lang. Ayos lang. Hindi mabuti. I'm not doing well. Hindi mabuti. Hindi mabuti. Next, if you want to ask someone's name, you could say, ano ang pangalan mo? Ano means what? Ang means is. Pangalan is name. Mo is referring to you. Ano ang pangalan mo? To reply, you could just say, ako si blank. I am blank. For example, I would say, ako si Pat. Ako si Pat. I will say, the long and formal answer could be, ang pangalan ko ay Pat. That literally means, my name is Pat. Pat is my name. However, this isn't conversational Tagalog. A lot of people would just say, ako si blank. Ako si Pat. All right, let's try saying these phrases one more time. Repeat after me. Ano ang pangalan mo? What is your name? Ano ang pangalan mo? Ano ang pangalan mo? Ako si blank. I am blank. Ako si Pat. Ako si blank. All right, if you want to ask someone where they're from, you would say, taga saan ka? Taga means from. Saan means where. Ka is referring to you. Taga saan ka? Where are you from? Taga saan ka? To reply, you would say, taga blank ako. I am from blank. Taga means from. Ako means I am. Taga Manila ako. I am from Manila. Taga blank ako. All right, say these phrases with me one more time. Taga saan ka? Taga saan ka? Taga saan ka? Taga Manila ako. Taga blank ako. Taga blank ako. Next, if you want to ask about someone's age, you would say, ilang taon ka na? Ilang taon ka na? Ilan means how many. Taon means year. Ka is referring to you. Na means already. Ilang taon ka na? Ilang taon ka na? To reply, you would just say, blank ako. I am blank. 30 ako. I am 30. Blank ako. Usually, when someone is saying their age, they use Spanish numbers. So an 18-year-old might say, 18 ako. I am 18. But you could also say it in Tagalog or in English. 30 ako. Let's say these phrases one more time. Ilang taon ka na? Ilang taon ka na? Ilang taon ka na? Blank ako. 30 ako. Blank ako. The long form of your answer could be, ako ay 30 taong gulang. That literally means, I am 30 years old. Again, this is not so much conversational Tagalog. It's more common for someone to just say, 30 ako. Next, you can ask someone, ano ang trabaho mo? What is your job? Ano means what? Ang means is, trabaho means job, mo is referring to you. Ano ang trabaho mo? Ano ang trabaho mo? Your response would be, blank ako. So very similar to the last response. I am blank. I am a blank. For example, I could say, nurse ako, teacher ako. And here's just some vocabulary on some professions. Guro, teacher. Nurse, nurse. Doktor, doctor. Abogado, lawyer. So you could say, guro ako, nurse ako. All right, say these phrases with me one more time. Ano ang trabaho mo? Ano ang trabaho mo? Ano ang trabaho mo? Blank ako. Nurse ako. Guro ako. The long form answer would be ako ay isang nurse. Literally, I am a nurse. Ako ay isang nurse. Again, this is not conversational Tagalog. More people would just say, blank ako, nurse ako. Next, someone might ask you, may asawa ka na ba? Are you married? May asawa ka na ba? May means to have. Asawa is a spouse. Ka is referring to you. Na means already. Ba is a question word. May asawa ka na ba? May asawa ka na ba? Your response would be, oo, yes, wala, or hindi, no, wala pa, not yet. So repeat after me, may asawa ka na ba? May asawa ka na ba? And you say your answer, oo, yes, wala, no, wala pa, not yet. Next is a very similar question. May anak ka na ba? May means to have. Anak means child. Ka is referring to you. Na means already. And ba is a question word. May anak ka na ba? Do you have any kids? May anak ka na ba? May anak ka na ba? Your response would be the same as the last question. Oo, yes. Wala or hindi, no. Wala pa, not yet. So the difference between wala and hindi. Wala technically means none or nothing. Hindi means no. And since the question has the word may, which means do you have, it's almost like a quantity, then you could answer with wala, none. I have none yet. I don't have any kids yet. So wala, none. Sometimes you might also hear someone say hindi, no. Most commonly you would hear someone say wala, none. If you do want to answer and say that you do have kids, you can add the number of kids in your response. Oo, may dalawang anak na ako. Let's review some Tagalog numbers. Isa, 1, dalawa, 2, tatlo, 3, apat, 4, 5, 5. Now, if you listen again to the response, it's oo, may dalawang anak na ako. When the number ends with a vowel, like dalawa, ends with the letter A, you have to add an NG at the end when you respond. So, oo, may dalawang anak na ako. So, instead of saying may dalawa anak na ako, you have to add an NG to the end of the word dalawa so that it connects to the word anak. It's almost like you're saying two of child. You have two children. And you add this NG to the end of any number when it ends with a vowel. So, isa, dalawa, tatlo, 5, 5. But for the word apat, 4, it ends with a consonant. You would have to add the word na before the word anak. So, oo, may apat na anak na ako. So anytime the number ends with a consonant, you add the word na. All right. Say that again with me. May anak ka na ba? May anak ka na ba? Do you have any kids? May anak ka na ba? And your response, oo, yes. Wala or hindi, no. Wala pa, not yet. And to talk about how many kids you do have, you could say, oo, may dalawang anak na ako, and just fill in the number in the phrase. Lastly, to get to know someone, you can ask them, ano ang hilig mo? What are your hobbies? Ano means what, ang means are or is, hilig means your likings or things that you like. Mo is referring to you. Ano ang hilig mo? What do you like to do? What are your hobbies? Your response would be, mahilig ako blank. I like to blank. And here are some examples of some hobbies. Mahilig ako magluto, to cook, magluto, magbasa, to read, magbasa, manood ng TV, watch TV, manood ng TV, sumayaw, dance, sumayaw, mag-exercise, to exercise, mag-exercise. Now, this is a great Taglish tip. When you don't know a verb in Tagalog, you can use the mag pattern. So mag-exercise is just the way to say exercise. That's commonly how people would say it. If you wanted to say that you like to swim, but you don't know how to say swim in Tagalog, you could say, mahilig ako mag-swim. I like to swim. Later on, go back and look up what to swim is in Tagalog. Then you can say, mahilig ako lumangoy, lumangoy. So I am a big supporter of using Taglish, especially while you are learning Tagalog. The main focus here is to learn the patterns and formation of phrases. And over time, you will learn more Tagalog vocabulary so that you can fill it into these phrases. But in the meantime, feel free to put English words wherever you need to. All right. Now, I always get asked, how do you use the word po? The word po is a part of speech that is used to show respect. Usually, kids say po throughout a conversation when they are speaking to an elderly person. Or adults even say po when they are trying to be respectful either to someone in authority or someone older than them. There are specific placements for the word po, but I will tell you about those in my next video, how to use po. But just as a rule of thumb, you can always add po to the end of anything you say and it will always work. It will always be respectful. So for any of the phrases that we learned today, add po at the very end when you are speaking to someone older than you. And that's just a good way to show respect. All right, now it's time to practice what we learned today. Translate these phrases in Tagalog. I will give you 10 seconds.
Anytime I want, and with less ingredients.
Okay, so the first phrase that we're going to translate to Tagalog is, what is your name? What is your name? How do you say that in Tagalog? Ano ang pangalan mo?
I'm going to show
Ano
you how
ang
to make easy
pangalan
Filipino bar.
mo? What is your name? Ano ang pangalan mo? Now, how would you reply in Tagalog? If someone asked you, ano ang pangalan mo? How would you reply in Tagalog? Ako si blank. Ako si Pat. Ako si blank. All right, next question. How do you say, what is your job in Tagalog? What is your job? Ano ang trabaho mo? Ano ang trabaho mo? What is your job? Ano ang trabaho mo? Now, how would you reply in Tagalog? Blank ako. I am blank. Nurse ako. Teacher ako. Next, how would you say, hello, how are you in Tagalog? How do you say hello, how are you in Tagalog? Kamusta ka? Kamusta ka? Kamusta ka? Now, how would you reply in Tagalog? Remember, there are 3 different responses that you could say. How would you reply to kamusta ka? If you're doing well, you could say mabuti naman. Mabuti naman. If you're doing okay, you could say ayos lang. Ayos lang. And if you're not doing so good, you can say hindi mabuti. Hindi mabuti. All right, now how do you say, are you married in Tagalog? Are you married? May asawa ka na ba? May asawa ka na ba? Are you married? May asawa ka na ba? Now, how would you reply in Tagalog? Remember, there are 3 different types of responses you can give to this question. May asawa ka na ba? You can say, oo, yes, oo, or wala, hindi, no, wala, hindi, or wala pa, not yet, wala pa. How do you say, where are you from in Tagalog? Where are you from? Taga saan ka? Taga saan ka? Where are you from? Taga saan ka? Now, how would you reply in Tagalog? Taga blank ako. Taga Manila ako. I'm from Manila. Taga blank ako. All right, how would you ask, how old are you in Tagalog? How old are you? Ilang taon ka na? Ilang taon ka na? Ilang taon ka na? Now, how would you reply in Tagalog? You can say blank ako. For example, I would say 30 ako. So blank ako. All right, next question. How would you ask, do you have any kids? Do you have any kids in Tagalog? May anak ka na ba? May anak ka na ba? Do you have any kids? May anak ka na ba? And how would you reply in Tagalog? You can say, oo, yes. Wala or hindi, no. Wala pa, not yet. And if you wanted to be specific and say how many kids you do have, it would be may blank anak na ako. May dalawang anak na ako. I have 2 kids. Or may apat na anak na ako. I have 4 kids. So that would be the sentence structure if you wanted to say how many kids you do have. Lastly, how would you ask someone, what are your hobbies in Tagalog? What are your hobbies? Ano ang hilig mo? Ano ang hilig mo? What are your hobbies? Ano ang hilig mo? And how would you reply in Tagalog? Mahilig ako. I like to. Mahilig ako magluto, to cook. Magluto. Magbasa, to read. Magbasa. Manood ng TV, to watch TV. Manood ng TV. Sumayaw, to dance. Sumayaw. Mag-exercise, to exercise. Mag-exercise. And remember, you can always use a Taglish tip. If you don't know a verb in Tagalog, just say it as a mag verb. Mahilig ako mag-swimming. Mahilig ako mag-shopping. And later on, go back and try to figure out what these words are in Tagalog. So to swim is lumangoy. Mahilig ako lumangoy. All right, we learned a lot today. We learned about the history of Tagalog. We learned where it's spoken and some influences of it. Then we learned some common phrases that hopefully you can start using when you meet someone new. And then we practiced. I encourage you to maybe write these phrases down on a note card. Write the English translation on one side and the Tagalog translation on the other side. And then just review them throughout the day. Practice really does make perfect. Try using these phrases to a native speaker that you know. Or if you don't have anyone you can speak to right now, really try practicing these note cards on your own. And a lot of people I meet get really nervous about their accent. I always say, ignore the accent. Forget about it for now. The accent will come the more you practice. I will say that even I have an English accent when I'm speaking Tagalog sometimes too. It usually comes out when I'm nervous or if I'm speaking too fast. But really, that doesn't matter. What matters in the end is that you are able to communicate in Tagalog. Be sure to subscribe to my YouTube channel for more Tagalog lessons and follow me on my other social media platforms. Thank you so much for joining me in this Tagalog lesson. In my next lesson, I will talk about how to use po when you want to be respectful. I hope to see you there. Paalam! Hello po! Welcome to another episode of Tagalog Time. In today's Tagalog lesson, we will learn how to use the word po. If you have ever listened to a Tagalog conversation, specifically between two people who have a significant age gap, maybe a younger person and an older person, then you have likely heard them use the word po. So what is this word? Why is it used when people are speaking Tagalog? And how do you use it? We will go over all of that in today's episode. So today's lesson agenda will be all about the word po. We will go over the who, what, where, when, why, and how of using it. We will talk about the history of it, where it probably came from. We will learn all of the different placements for it, and then we will practice where to put po in certain phrases at the end of the lesson. So first things first, what is po? Po is a part of speech that is used in Tagalog to show respect. I always tell the kids' classes that whenever you are speaking to an adult, you always have to use po. However, adults can also use po whenever they are speaking to someone who's older than them or if they're speaking to authority, and we'll go over that in just a minute. It's important to note that there really is no direct English translation for the word po. The closest things I can think of in English that are similar to the word po are the words ma'am and sir. I live here in North Carolina in the United States, and down here in the South, using ma'am and sir is a very respectful thing to do whenever you're speaking to someone maybe older than you or to anyone you want to show respect to. For example, someone might say, "Thank you, ma'am, thank you, sir," or "Yes, sir, yes, ma'am," whenever they want to show respect. And that's kind of the same idea with the word po. However, ma'am and sir aren't always used throughout the sentence, so it's not quite the same as po, but the idea is the same. So where did the word po come from? Some say that the word originated in pre-colonial times from this word apo. Now don't get confused, it's not the word apo, which means grandchild, but it's the Tagalog word apo, and it means Lord. But in pre-colonial times, and even in indigenous communities today, those who are well respected in the community were referred to as apo. That was kind of their title. That's what they were called. Just to tie it in with some current events, you might know the name Apo Wang Od. She was recently on the cover of Vogue, and she was the oldest woman to be on the cover of the magazine. She is a Filipino woman who comes from an indigenous community called Kalinga, and she is known for her tribal tattoos. She's one of the few people who still do these tattoos in the area, so it really is such a special thing. But again, she is called Apo in the community because she is well respected. And so with the word po, people think that it comes from this word apo. For example, back in the day, someone might have said, "Oo, apo, yes, Lord." And then eventually it was so commonly used that it was just shortened to the word po, and it was added throughout the sentence to show respect when someone was speaking. So that's kind of an accepted idea of where the word po came from. So why is po used? Well, the Philippines has a very respectful culture, and that can be seen through many practices. For example, children are taught at a very young age to do the mano po, also known as bless. And that is where the young person takes the hand of an older person and touches the back of the hand to their forehead. It's said that this was a way for them to grant a blessing from the elderly person. And that just emphasizes the idea of how people are taught to really respect their elders. Another way people show respect towards others is through the way they refer to each other. For example, the titles ate and kuya are used for people who are older than you. Ate is what you call an older sister or even an older cousin or friend who's a girl. These are usually someone who's just a little bit older than you, not too much older, otherwise they would be tita and tito. But if they are just like one generation older than you, then they would be considered your ate. Same with the name kuya. These are your older brothers or older cousins and friends who are boys. For example, if I am older than you, you could call me Ate Pat. Your older cousin might be Kuya Sam, and so on. So again, these titles just show how respect is embedded in the family and community unit. As I mentioned, kids are taught to say po whenever they are speaking to their elders. So their parents, their aunts and uncles, their grandparents. However, it's important to note that adults also use the word po whenever they are speaking, of course, to their elders, so maybe their grandparents or their parents, but also to anyone in authority, so bosses or police or priests or doctors. So anyone they want to be respectful to, they would say po. When and where is the word po used? It can be used anytime, whether you are just at home with your family, or if you're at the grocery store, or if you're at work. It's always appropriate whenever you want to show respect. Other than using the word po personally with your family, you might also hear the word po in hospitality settings. So for example, at hotels and restaurants. You will likely hear the staff speaking to you with the word po. And that again is just a way to show respect because you are a guest in that area. And that is just a way for them to be professional and respectful. All right, so how do you use the word po? Before we jump into the proper placements of po, let's go over some common Tagalog phrases that we can use as a reference. So first, the basic way to say hello and how are you in Tagalog is just kamusta ka, kumusta ka. To reply, you can say mabuti naman, I'm doing well. Mabuti naman. Or if you're just doing okay, you can say ayos lang, ayos lang. And if you're not doing well, you can say hindi mabuti, hindi mabuti. Say these phrases with me one more time. Kamusta ka? Hello, how are you? Kamusta ka? Mabuti naman. I'm doing well. Mabuti naman. Ayos lang. I'm doing okay. Ayos lang. Hindi mabuti. I'm not doing well. Hindi mabuti. Next, if you want to ask for someone's name, you can say, ano ang pangalan mo? Ano ang pangalan mo? Your response would be, ako si blank. I am blank. I would say, ako si Pat. Ako si blank. Next, if you want to ask where someone is from, you can say, taga saan ka? Where are you from? Taga saan ka? To reply, you can say, taga blank ako. I am from blank. Taga Manila ako. Taga blank ako. Let's say these phrases one more time. Ano ang pangalan mo? What is your name? Ano ang pangalan mo? Ako si blank. I am blank. Ako si Pat. Ako si blank. Taga saan ka? Where are you from? Taga saan ka? Taga blank ako. I am from blank. Taga Manila ako. Taga blank ako. Next, if you want to ask how old someone is, you can say, ilang taon ka na? How old are you? Ilang taon ka na? To reply, you can say, blank ako. I am blank. 30 ako. Blank ako. Next, if you want to ask about someone's job, you can say, ano ang trabaho mo? Ano ang trabaho mo? To reply, you can say, blank ako. I am a blank. Nurse ako or teacher ako. Let's say these phrases one more time. Ilang taon ka na? How old are you? Ilang taon ka na? Blank ako. I am blank. 30 ako. Blank ako. Ano ang trabaho mo? What is your job? Ano ang trabaho mo? Blank ako. I am a blank. Nurse ako. Blank ako. Alright, so we learned some common phrases. Now let's see where po would go in these phrases. First, the most common placement for po is that it is the second word in the sentence. For example, saan po ang CR? Saan means where, po is a sign of respect, ang means is, CR stands for comfort room. It's what they call the bathroom in the Philippines sometimes. So saan po ang CR means where is the bathroom? So po is the second word in this question. Another example is natutulog po siya. Natutulog means sleeping. Po is a sign of respect. Siya means he or she. It's gender neutral. So we would have to find more of the context clues about this phrase. But this essentially means he or she is sleeping. Natutulog po siya. Again, po is the second word in this phrase. The second rule for the word po is that it goes after the words ko, which means I, or na, which means already. So if either of these words appear in a phrase, po would go after that word, ko or na. For example, nakita ko po yung kotse. Nakita means saw. Ko means I. Po is a sign of respect. Yung means the. Coche means car. So, I saw the car. Nakita ko po yung coche. Po is after the word ko. Another example, kumain na po ako. Kumain means ate. Na means already. Po is a sign of respect. Ako means I. So, I already ate. Kumain na po ako. Po goes after the word na. Lastly, po goes after a set phrase. For example, maraming salamat po. Thank you very much. Maraming salamat po. Also, it can go after the phrase magandang umaga po. Good morning. So these are just some set phrases and po goes after them. I will note that if you don't remember these po placements, you can always add po at the end of anything you say, and it will always work. It will be respectful. It might not be the most common placement for the word po, but it does the job. So if you don't remember that po goes after the word ko or after the word na, just add it to the end of the phrase and you will be respectful. And that's the ultimate goal. All right. Now let's talk about po pronouns. This is very important. Whenever we are using the word po, you have to change the singular you pronoun to the plural you pronoun. For example, the word mo turns into the word nyo. The word ko turns into the word kayo. Depending on the sentence, mo means you or your, and ko means I or my. And these are singular pronouns. So anytime you are using the word po, you have to use the plural you pronoun, nyo and kayo, respectfully. And they do this in other languages as well. They do this in French. I took 5 years of French between high school and college. And anytime you refer to someone in a respectful way, you have to use the plural you pronoun. And you do this even if you are just speaking to one person. So that can get a little confusing. People always ask, so if I'm only speaking to one person, but I'm still using the word po, I still have to refer to them in the plural you? Yes, you do. So anytime you are trying to be respectful and you are using the word po, you have to use the plural you pronoun. And we will see how that works in these examples. So just to review the common phrases we just learned, kamusta ka? Hello, how are you? Mabuti naman, I'm doing well. Ayos lang, I'm doing okay. Hindi mabuti, I'm not doing well. Now, if we want to be respectful, let's see where po would go in these phrases. Kamusta ka turns into kamusta po kayo. So po is the second word in this question. And then ka becomes kayo. So that is an example of where the singular you pronoun becomes a plural you pronoun. So kamusta ka becomes kamusta po kayo. Next, mabuti naman becomes mabuti naman po. So that's just a set phrase. It would go at the end of that. Very similar, ayos lang becomes ayos lang po. Again, it just goes at the end because it's a set phrase. And then lastly, hindi mabuti becomes hindi mabuti po. Again, that's just a set phrase. You might hear someone say, hindi po mabuti. I've heard that before, so it can also be the second word in this phrase, hindi po mabuti. But since it's a set phrase, I would add it to the end, hindi mabuti po. So those are some examples of where po would go. Just some more common phrases. Let's review. Ano ang pangalan mo? What is your name? Ako si Pat. I am Pat. Taga saan ka? Where are you from? Taga Manila ako. I am from Manila. Now let's see where po would go in these phrases. Ano ang pangalan mo becomes ano po ang pangalan nyo? So po is the second word here, goes right after the word ano. And then mo becomes nyo. So again, the singular you pronoun becomes a plural you pronoun. Next, ako si Pat becomes ako po si Pat. Po is the second word in this phrase. Taga saan ka becomes taga saan po kayo. So this po placement does not really fall into any of the three major placements that we learned. But I do want to point out that ka becomes kayo. Again, that is where the singular you pronoun becomes a plural you pronoun. And lastly, to respond, taga Manila ako becomes taga Manila po ako. So in this case, po is the third word, so it doesn't really fall into any of the categories that we learned earlier. But when in doubt, you can always add po to the end. Taga Manila ako po. That will also work. In fact, when I was a kid, that's what I was taught. Just always add po to the end of anything you say. The more you hear people speaking Tagalog, you'll catch on to where po typically goes. You'll hear the flow of the sentence, and you'll learn where po might and might not go. Alrighty. Ilang taon ka na means how old are you? 30 ako. I am 30. Ano ang trabaho mo? What is your job? Nurse ako. I am a nurse. Let's see where po would go in these phrases. Ilang taon ka na becomes ilang taon na po kayo. So po goes after the word na anytime it appears in a phrase. And then ka becomes kayo. So ilang taon na po kayo? How old are you? 30 ako becomes 30 po ako. So po is the second word placement there. Ano ang trabaho mo becomes ano po ang trabaho nyo? Po is the second word placement here. And then mo becomes nyo. And lastly, nurse ako becomes nurse po ako. Po is the second word placement in this phrase. All right, let's try some practice questions. Just to review, these are the three common placements of po. Usually it's the second word placement in a phrase, or it goes after the words ko or na if either of them appear in a phrase. And lastly, it goes after a set phrase. And then the most important rule is anytime you are using po, you have to use a plural you pronoun instead of the singular you pronoun. So like the phrase we learned, taga saan ka? Where are you from? Turns into taga saan po kayo? Ka becomes kayo. You would never ever hear someone say, taga saan po ka? The po and the ka are never together since that is a singular you pronoun. You always have to change the ka into kayo, which is the plural you pronoun. Taga saan po kayo? All right, so let's do some practice. What is the proper placement of po in these phrases? Maligayang bati, happy birthday. Maligayang means happy. Bati means a greeting. So happy greeting, usually used for happy birthday. Maligayang bati. I'll give you a hint. This is a set phrase. So think about that. Maligayang bati, happy birthday. Where would po go there? Next, binili ko yung laruan. Binili means bought. Ko means I. Yung means the. Laruan means toy. So I bought the toy. Binili ko yung laruan. Where would po go in this phrase? Binili ko yung laruan. And lastly, kinain ko na yung pagkain. Kinain means ate. Ko means I. Na means already. Yung means the. Pagkain means food. I already ate the food. Kinain ko na yung pagkain. Where would po go in this phrase? Take a minute and try to think of where you would put po in these phrases. All right. Maligayang bati becomes maligayang bati po. So that is a set phrase, so po would just go at the end of that. Maligayang bati po. Next, binili ko yung laruan. I bought the toy. Becomes, binili ko po yung laruan. Po would go after the word ko in this phrase. Lastly, kinain ko na po yung pagkain. So remember, one of the rules was it goes after the word ko or na if either of them appear in the phrase. What if they both appear in the phrase? It would just go after both of them. So kinain ko na po yung pagkain. Po goes after the word na, which is after the word ko. So did you get it right? I hope you did. It does take some practice, but remember you can always add po to the end of your sentence. All right, so just a quick note. What is the difference between po and ho? For example, someone might say ano po, which means what? Someone else might say ano ho, which also means what? What is the difference between po and ho? Well, both are a sign of respect. They have the same placement rules that we just learned. However, ho is considered to be a little bit more informal and po is formal. Some people might use the word ho when they are speaking to an elderly person who is not really close to them or a stranger who they don't really know well. For instance, some people use the word ho when they are speaking to an older person who they don't really know very well. So maybe an older stranger or just an older acquaintance, they might use the word ho. Whereas po is really saved for older people in their family, people they really know and want to formally respect. I personally don't use the word ho very often. I just use po for everyone when I want to be respectful. However, I have heard people use the word ho whenever they're speaking to someone kind of informally but also still respectful. You might hear it in movies or Filipino shows or things like that. Just know that it is equivalent to the word po but just a little bit less formal. Alrighty, so we learned a lot today. We learned the placements of po. We learned a little bit about the history, where it comes from, how to use it, when and where. And then we were able to practice a little bit. So I encourage you, maybe when you are speaking to your parents or to your grandparents, just practice saying po, even if it's in English. Try adding po to anything you say at the end, even if it's an English phrase. That way you can get in the habit of using po and being respectful towards others in this way. If you would like to stay connected and get notified whenever I have a new Tagalog lesson, I encourage you to subscribe to my YouTube channel. And please follow me on my other social media platforms. I have a lot of other good content there as well. I'll see you in our next Tagalog lesson. Paalam! Hello, hello! Welcome to another episode of Tagalog Time with Pat. This is episode 3, and we will be learning how to conjugate Tagalog verbs in the present tense. I encourage you to go back and watch episode 1 and 2 if you have not watched them yet. I have planned these episodes to kind of start from scratch. So if you don't know any Tagalog at all, start with episode 1 to learn about just the fundamentals of Tagalog, learning about basic phrases and everything like that. And then episode 2 will focus on how to use po so that you can be respectful when you're speaking to adults or to authority. And then now episode 3, this is more heavy on the grammar side so that we can start speaking more kind of simple sentences which you can use in a conversation. So let's go ahead and jump right in. In Tagalog, have you ever wanted to say something like, I am eating, she is sleeping, they are cooking? So basically anything in the present tense. If you've ever wanted to talk about what you are doing in this moment in time, or talk about what someone else is doing right now, this is a good episode to watch so that you can learn how to make these sentences to describe what you are doing currently. And this is our agenda for today. We will start by talking about verb conjugation in general. Then we will learn the Tagalog verb types. Then we will go into Tagalog pronouns so that we can start making simple sentences. And then we will learn the verb conjugation patterns and then practice them in some example questions. And then I will finish it off with a Taglish tip, which I think you will find very useful. So what is verb conjugation? First of all, a verb is an action word. So to run, to play, to jump, any kind of movement or action, that is a verb. And to conjugate means to change into a different form. So when we speak, we are constantly conjugating verbs depending on what we're trying to say. If we are talking about something that happened yesterday, we conjugate the verb in the past tense. If we are talking about what we will be doing tomorrow, we conjugate the verb in the future tense. So to conjugate just means to change into a different form. And I like to take the time to kind of explain what conjugate means because one time in a class, I had a student ask, what does conjugate mean? And here I was just throwing the word around thinking everyone knew what it meant. So I like to just kind of start at the basics and just explain what a verb is and what it means to conjugate it. Now, there are many different types of verb tenses. In English specifically, there's a whole bunch. The most common ones are the present tense, like what you're doing right now, past tense, what you did yesterday or last week, future tense, what you will be doing tomorrow or next month. Then in English, there are also lots of other tenses like the present perfect tense, like I have been to his house before. So that means like something happened in the past, but it's still kind of related to the present. Then there's the pluperfect tense. I had eaten lunch. So that's something that happened in the past. It's done. It happened at a specific moment in time. And then there are just so many more verb tenses out there, especially in English. But in today's class, we will focus on how to conjugate verbs in the present tense. Alrighty, so in Tagalog, there are 5 main types of verbs in Tagalog. Mag, ma, in, and e verbs. Now, what makes them different is that some verbs are actor-focused and some are object-focused and some are both. So what does that mean? An actor-focused verb means that the subject is doing the action. For example, the boy is playing. Here, the subject is the boy and he is doing the action. He is playing. Whereas in an object-focused verb, the action is being done to the subject. For example, wash the dishes. Here, the subject are the dishes, and they are being washed. So the action is being done to the subject. So that's the difference between an actor and an object-focused verb, and the difference between them will be important when we are determining the type of sentence that we're going to make. So we'll see that more in the examples later on. Alrighty, so speaking of subjects, let's learn some subject pronouns. Ako means I. Ka means you singular, so it's just you by yourself, one person. Siya means he or she. And I want to point out that siya is gender neutral. That means you have to listen for the context of the sentence to determine who that person is talking about. And also, take a look at the spelling. It looks like it should be pronounced siya, but it's actually pronounced siya, siya. There are some regions in the Philippines that might pronounce it siya, but for the most part, in the Central Luzon, Tagalog-speaking areas, it's pronounced siya, siya. Next, sila is they. Tayo is we inclusive. Kami is we exclusive. So in Tagalog, it's interesting. There are 2 types of we. In English, we just say we, and then you have to kind of distinguish who you're talking about, like we who. So in Tagalog, if everyone is included, that's tayo. So you and me and everyone in the room, we are all eating, kumakain tayo. That's inclusive because everyone is doing the action. Whereas if it were me and my husband Chris, we are eating, that would be kumakain kami. That's exclusive because you're not included. I'm just kind of telling you about it. Kumakain kami, we are eating. And then lastly, kayo is you plural. So you all, that's you plural, kayo. Okay, now the simplest sentence structure is verb plus pronoun. If we take a look at the verb to cook, in Tagalog it's magluto. So if you want to say I am cooking, it's nagluluto ako. Or you could say nagluluto ka, you are cooking. Nagluluto siya, he or she is cooking. Nagluluto sila, they are cooking. Nagluluto tayo, we are cooking, inclusive. Again, that's you and me and everyone in the room. We are all cooking together. Everyone is included. Nagluluto tayo. Versus nagluluto kami. Me and my husband Chris, we are cooking. That's exclusive. And then nagluluto kayo, you all are cooking. Maybe you all as a class, nagluluto kayo. All right, so all of these examples just show the simple sentence structure, verb plus pronoun. So the verb goes first, and then the pronoun goes afterwards. It's the opposite of English where the pronoun goes first. Like, I am cooking, I is the pronoun, and then it's the verb cook. So in Tagalog, it's the opposite, verb plus pronoun. All right, so one important thing about Tagalog verbs is that they all have a root word, and then something is added to them to conjugate it to a different tense. So an affix or an infix is added to the word to change it into a different tense. For example, let's take a look at the word magluto, to cook again. You could say nagluluto ako, I am cooking. That's the present tense. Past tense, nagluto ako, I cooked. Future tense, magluluto ako, I will cook. So I underlined here all of the root words. So luto is the root word. And then there's the affix that goes before the root, and that will determine the tense. And what I want you to get from this slide is that if you can pick out the root word in a conversation, then that will really help with the translation of Tagalog for you. So if I heard someone say, oh, nagluto ako kahapon, then I would say to myself, okay, I know luto means to cook. Now I have to use context clues to figure out, are they talking about something that happened yesterday, or are they cooking right now, or are they going to cook tomorrow? So if you can pick out root words when you're listening to Tagalog, that will really help with the translation and understanding of the language. Alrighty, so let's go ahead and jump right into these conjugation patterns. We will start with the mag verbs. They are usually actor-focused, and they are the most common type of verb in Tagalog. Here are some examples. Maglakad, to walk. Magluto, to cook. Magbasa, to read. Now, in the present tense, if you want to conjugate a mag verb in the present tense, here is the pattern. It's the affix nag, then it's the repeated first syllable, and then it's the root. For example, maglakad becomes naglalakad. Here's the affix nag, then there's a repeated first syllable, and then the root. Naglalakad ako, I am walking. Naglalakad sila, they are walking. Alrighty, let's take a look at magluto, to cook. In the present tense, it becomes nagluluto. Here's the affix nag, then there's the repeated first syllable, and then the root. Nagluluto sila, they are cooking. Nagluluto. Lastly, magbasa, to read. It becomes nagbabasa. Here's the affix nag, then there's a repeated first syllable, and then the root. Nagbabasa ako, I am reading. So that is how you would conjugate a mag verb in the present tense. Let's take a look at ma verbs. They are very similar in their pattern. These are usually actor-focused, and here are some examples. Maligo, to shower. Matulog, to sleep. Manood, to watch. In the present tense, if you want to conjugate a ma verb, here's the pattern. Now the affix is na, then it's the repeated first syllable and then the root. So maligo, to shower, will be na-li-ligo. Naliligo ako, I am taking a shower. Naliligo siya, he is taking a shower. You jot it down on your paper. What do you think matulog and manood will be in the present tense? And feel free to pause the video if you need. All right, matulog in the present tense, to sleep, is going to be na-tu-tulog. The affix is na, then there's a repeated first syllable, and then the root. Natutulog ako, I am sleeping. Natutulog. Manood, to watch, will be nanonood. Nanonood sila. They are watching. Affix is na, then there's a repeated first syllable, and then the root, nanonood. So mag and ma verbs have a very similar pattern. The only difference is that affix in the beginning. Now let's take a look at verbs. These can be actor or object focused, depending on the context. And here are some examples. Kain is to eat. Takbo is to run. Tawa is to laugh. Now you might be wondering, why are these verbs? Doesn't appear in the word at all. It's because is the infix that goes into the word when you are conjugating it. So in the present tense, to conjugate an verb, the infix goes between the first and second letter, and then it's the root at the end. So for example, kain, to eat, becomes kumakain. Goes between the first and second letter, and then you add the root at the end. Kumakain ako. I am eating. Kumakain ako. Next, takbo means to run. In the present tense, it would be tumatakbo. Tumatakbo siya. He is running. Goes between the first and second letter, and then it's the root at the end. Tumatakbo. You jot it down. What do you think tawa will be in the present tense? And just use the pattern we learned. In the present tense, tawa, to laugh, will be tumatawa. Goes between the first and second letter, and then the root goes at the end. Tumatawa sila. They are laughing. Tumatawa. Alrighty, now let's move on to verbs. These are also object focused. And here are some examples. Gamit means to use. Walis means to sweep. It has a very similar pattern to verbs. The only difference now is that the infix in goes between the first and second letter, and then it's the root. So gamit, to use, in the present tense becomes ginagamit. In goes between the first and second letter, and then it's the root. Ginagamit ko, I am using something. Ginagamit. What do you think walis will be in the present tense? Remember to just use the pattern and plug everything in. Walis in the present tense is winawalis. So in just goes between the first and second letter, and then the root goes at the end. Winawalis ko yung sahig. I am sweeping the floor. Winawalis. Lastly, verbs. These are object focused. Some examples are isara, to close, ibigay, to give, itago, to hide. And now the pattern is the infix in goes between the second and third letter, and then it's the root. So isara, to close, becomes isinasara. Isinasara. So in goes between the second and third letter, and then the root goes at the end. Isinasara ko yung pinto. I am closing the door. You jot it down. What do you think ibigay and itago will be in the present tense? In the present tense, ibigay, to give, will be ibinibigay. ibinibigay. In just goes between the second and third letter, and then it's the root at the end. Ibinibigay. So, ibinibigay ko, I am giving something to someone. Lastly, itago, to hide, in the present tense will be itinatago. Itinatago. The in just goes between the second and third letter, and then the root goes at the end. Itinatago. All right, so those are the conjugation patterns for the 5 different types of verbs in Tagalog. So as you can see, there are some similarities among the patterns. You just kind of have to figure out what type of verb it is and then go from there. So I always get asked, how are verbs categorized? Why are some verbs mag, some are ma, some are some are in, some are e? And I've looked it up, and honestly, I have not found a consistent answer for that question. I think it goes back to baybayin, the ancient Philippine script. And back in the day, all of these verbs were just organized into these categories, and it was passed down throughout the years. And as Tagalog has evolved over time, all of these verbs have just been accepted into these categories. Unfortunately, there is no rhyme or reason that I know of to explain why magluto is a mag verb, whereas matulog is a ma verb. I'm not quite sure why they were organized like that. But my biggest tip is to really listen when a native Tagalog speaker is conjugating these verbs, and then make a note of that so that you can conjugate it that way in the future. So it's just a matter of acquiring more vocabulary and then using the verbs in those ways in the future. Now, if anyone does know the answer to that, like why are verbs organized in these groups, please let me know because I would love to share it. I have not been able to find a consistent answer to explain why they are the way they are. All right, so now let's go ahead and practice. I'm going to go ahead and turn my video off so that I can use the whole screen. All right, so in this top left corner are the verb patterns that we just learned. Under that are the subject pronouns we learned. Ako is I, ka is you, siya is he or she, sila is they, tayo is we, inclusive, kami is we, exclusive, kayo is you, plural. Then here is the simple sentence structure, verb plus pronoun. And then here are some vocabulary terms to indicate present tense. So ngayon means right now. Ngayong araw means today. And here are some examples. So number 1, I am cleaning right now. Maglinis means to clean. Number 2, she is eating. Kain means to eat. Number 3, you all are cooking. Magluto means to cook. Number 4, we are walking. Maglakad, inclusive. Number 5, they are sleeping. Matulog. And number 6, we are watching TV. Manood, exclusive. So let's do number 1 together just so we are all on the same page. Remember our sentence structure here, verb plus pronoun. So the verb for to clean is maglinis. In the present tense, it's naglilinis. So mag verbs, remember the pattern is affix nag, then there's a repeated first syllable, and then the root. Naglilinis, then I, the subject pronoun for I is ako. And then right now, ngayon. Naglilinis ako ngayon. I am cleaning right now. Naglilinis ako ngayon. You take a minute and do the last 5 questions and then we'll go over it. And feel free to pause the video now if you think you'll need more time. All right, so let's go ahead and do number 2. She is eating. Kumakain siya. Remember, kain is an verb. So the pattern for verbs is the infix goes between the first and second letter, and then it's the root. Kumakain siya. Number 3, you all are cooking. Nagluluto kayo. Nagluluto kayo. Number 4, we are walking. Naglalakad tayo. So remember, inclusive means everyone is doing the action. Tayo is the inclusive form of we. Number 5, they are sleeping. Natutulog sila. Natutulog sila. And lastly, we are watching TV. Exclusive. Nanonood kami ng TV. So not everyone is doing it. It's just me and someone else. Nanonood kami ng TV. So the TV just goes at the end. Nang means some or a thing. We are watching some TV. Now, I want to take a look at this phrase, she is eating. Kumakain siya. Kain is a good example of a verb that can be actor or object focused. So we just learned, kumakain siya. She is eating. But you could also say, kumakain siya ng kanin. She's eating some rice. Or kumakain siya ng saging. She's eating a banana. So ng can mean some or a thing. And in all of these examples, kain is being conjugated as an verb. But you could also say, kinakain niya yung cake. She is eating the cake. Or, kinakain niya yung pandesal. She's eating the pandesal. Pandesal is like a sweet bread that's usually eaten for breakfast. So these last two examples, kain is being conjugated as an in verb. What's the difference here? When kain is being conjugated as an verb, it is an actor-focused verb. So in these examples, it's like asking, what is she doing? Oh, she's eating. She's eating some rice. She's eating a banana. What is she doing? Versus when it's an object-focused verb, it's almost like you're asking, what is she eating? Oh, kinakain niya yung cake. She's eating the cake. Or kinakain niya yung pandesal. She's eating the pandesal. So when it's an actor-focused verb, it's more answering the question, what is she doing? In an object-focused verb, it's like answering the question, what is she eating? So there you can kind of see the shift in the focus of the sentence. Is it more focused on what the subject is doing or focused on what the subject is eating? So I think that's very interesting how the verbs can take on a different kind of focus depending on the context of your sentence. All right, so let's go back to the examples we just did. If you look closely, you'll notice that all of these examples are mag, ma, or verbs. That is because they are all actor-focused, meaning you can use a subject pronoun like we were using. However, if you want to use an in or verb, now you have to actually use a possessive pronoun. And the idea here is that for in or verbs, since the object is the focus of the sentence, it's almost like you are in possession of that object, so you have to use these possessive pronouns. So let's take a look down here in the bottom left corner. Here are possessive pronouns. Ko means my or I. Mo means your or you singular. Niya means her or his, he or she. Nila means their or they. Natin means our or we inclusive. Namin means our or we exclusive. Ninyo means your or you plural. So you might be wondering, how can it mean my or I, your or you? Because you can use these pronouns in different ways. So you could say like, bahay ko, my house. Or bahay mo, your house. So when you're attaching it to an object, it takes on the possessive quality of like my or your or his or her. But when you're using it in a sentence with an object-focused verb, then it takes on the translation of I, you, he, or she. So now this is the sentence structure we will be using when we use an in or verb. Verb plus pronoun, like we were just doing. Then it's the word yung. And then it's the noun. A very similar word is ang, A-N-G. That also means the. However, yung is specific. It's like that thing. So for our purposes, let's just use yung because it's a little bit more specific to the examples we will be going over. And then again, here are some vocab words to indicate present tense. Ngayon means right now. Ngayong araw means today. And here are some examples. I am using the car, and I gave you some vocabulary words. Gamit means to use. Coche is car. Number 2, he is closing the door. Isara means to close. Pinto means door. Number 3, you all are sweeping the floor. Walis means to sweep. Sahig means floor. Number 4, they are hiding the toys. Itago means to hide. Mga laruan means toys. So this is interesting. If you want to make a noun plural, you have to add the word mga in front of it. It's not like in English where you just add an S at the end. To make a noun plural, you have to add this word mga. So let's do the first one together. Just so we're on the same page, keep an eye on your new sentence structure here, verb plus pronoun, then yung, then the noun. So I am using the car. Gamit is to use. In the present tense, it's ginagamit. Remember, the in just goes between the first and second letter, and then it's the root. Ginagamit, and then the pronoun I in the possessive pronoun is ko. And then yung car is coche. Ginagamit ko yung coche. I am using the car. Ginagamit ko yung coche. So as you can see, we just kind of plugged everything into this sentence structure. And then we also used the pattern that we learned for these different types of verbs. So go ahead and take a minute. You do the last 3 examples and then we'll go over it. Feel free to pause the video if you need. All right, let's do number 2. He is closing the door. Isinasara niya yung pinto. Isinasara niya yung pinto. So the pattern for E verbs, the in just goes between the second and third letter, and then it's the root. He, as a possessive pronoun, is niya. Yung pinto, the door. Number 3, you all are sweeping the floor. Winawalis nyo yung sahig. Winawalis nyo yung sahig. And then lastly, they are hiding the toys. Itinatago nila yung mga laruan. Itinatago nila yung mga laruan. So it really is just a matter of plugging everything into the sentence structure and then using the patterns that we learned for these different verbs. And the trickiest part really is trying to remember that for actor-focused verbs like magma and verbs, you can use subject pronouns. But then for in and e verbs, you have to use possessive pronouns. And again, it's because it's almost like you or the subject are in possession of that object. Alrighty, so let's take a look at this verb walis. This is another example of where it can be an actor or object-focused verb. We learned winawalis ko yung sahig. I am sweeping the floor. That's an in verb. The focus is on the object, sahig. What are you sweeping? I'm sweeping the floor. Winawalis ko yung sahig. But you could also say, nagwawalis ako. I am sweeping. Now the focus is on me, the subject. I am sweeping. What are you doing? I'm sweeping. So here, when it's an in verb, it's an object-focused sentence. Versus when it's a mag verb, it's an actor-focused sentence. So very interesting there. Alrighty, let's finish it off with this Taglish tip. Taglish is Tagalog and English together. And I am a big supporter of using Taglish. There are people out there who might say, oh, don't use Taglish. That's a bad way to learn a new language. On the contrary, I think it's a great way to learn a language because you can use it as a stepping stone while you get more vocabulary. So you don't want to rely on Taglish forever. The idea is that hopefully over time you can get more vocabulary and learn how to say the whole phrase in Tagalog. But in the meantime, let's learn this Taglish tip, and I think you can use it every day. So let's take a look at these examples. I am driving, she is swimming, they are jumping. We didn't learn how to say to drive, to swim, or to jump. We didn't learn those verbs. But you could always turn them into a mug verb. So mug plus the English verb, and then you could just conjugate it in the present tense using the pattern we learned. Affix is nug, then there's the repeated first syllable and then the root, and then use the subject pronouns like we learned. So what if for number 1 I said, I am driving, and I told you to use the verb mug drive. Now you could conjugate it as nagdadrive ako. So you see there's the affix nag, then there's a repeated syllable, more like a repeated sound, and then there's the root. Nagdadrive ako. I am driving. Nagdadrive ako. I know it's kind of funny. It's like, is this even allowed? But honestly, I hear this phrase a lot. It's like, oh, sorry, I can't pick up the phone right now. Nagdadrive ako. I am driving right now. Next, she is swimming. What if I told you to use the verb mag-swim? How would you say that in Taglish? In Taglish, you could say, nagsiswim siya. So the affix is nag, then there's the repeated first syllable, and then the root. Nagsiswim siya. Lastly, they are jumping. What if I told you to use the verb mag-jump? How would you write they are jumping in Taglish form? In Taglish, you could say, nagjajump sila. They are jumping. Nagjajump sila. So the affix is nag, then there's the repeated first syllable or sound, and then the root. Nagjajump sila. So I think this tip is useful, but again, try to go back later on and try to figure out what that word is in Tagalog so that you can say the whole phrase in Tagalog. So to drive in Tagalog is magmaneho. So nagmamaneho ako. I am driving. To swim in Tagalog is lumangoy. So lumalangoy siya. She is swimming. And then to jump in Tagalog is talon. Tumatalon sila. They are jumping. So try using Taglish whenever you can, because I think it's a great way to practice using the sentence structure. You also get to practice using the different pronouns, and also it's a way to practice the conjugation patterns that we learned. And then also, of course, it's a good way to gain vocabulary when you go back and look up what these words actually are in Tagalog. Alrighty, so here's just a quick recap of everything we learned today. We went over a lot of information. First, we talked about what it means to conjugate a verb. Then we talked about the 5 different types of Tagalog verbs, mag, ma, in, and e verbs. Then we talked about different Tagalog pronouns, so subject pronouns for actor-focused verbs, and then possessive pronouns for object-focused verbs. Then we learned the different conjugation patterns for all of these verbs and even did some practice questions. And then we finished it off with a Taglish tip, which I hope you can start using in a conversation. I encourage you to go back and rewatch this video if you would like, because I know it'll take some time to kind of learn and understand the different patterns and how they are used throughout a conversation. Maybe go back and try doing the practice questions again. And then, of course, try using the Taglish tip that I taught you so that you can start using a little bit of Tagalog every day. And if you would like some more Tagalog resources, please find me on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. I post shorter videos throughout the week that will help you learn Tagalog on the go. Also, check out my Stan store because sometimes I have group classes going or other resources on there that might be helpful to you. Lastly, feel free to check out my Amazon storefront because I have a whole list of Tagalog learning books that I think are very useful. There are some in there that are very comprehensive with some practice quizzes and assessments, and then there are some that are quick and easy reads that will help you learn Tagalog very quickly. So feel free to check out those other resources that I put together for you. Thank you so much for spending some time with me today. Keep an eye out for the next Tagalog lesson where I will be teaching how to conjugate verbs in the past tense and the future tense. And I think it will go a little bit quicker if you were able to follow along with this lesson, because now it's just a matter of learning a new pattern and learning new infixes and affixes. Wherever you are in your Tagalog learning journey, I am here to support you. So thank you so much. I'll see you in the next episode. Paalam! Hello, everybody. Welcome to another episode of Tagalog Time with Pat. This is episode 4, and today we're going to be learning how to conjugate verbs in the past and future tense. So this is actually a continuation of episode 3, where we learned how to conjugate verbs in the present tense. So I highly encourage you to go back and watch episode 3, where I go over what it means to even conjugate a verb, just giving an overview of Tagalog verb types and everything like that. And then also some practice and conjugation patterns on how to conjugate verbs in the present tense. So since this is kind of a continuation, I encourage you to go back and watch episode 3 if you have not watched it yet, because we will be building upon those ideas that we've already learned so far. Okay, so in Tagalog, have you ever wanted to say something like, I ate something earlier today, or she slept early? So anything in the past tense. Or have you ever wanted to say something like they will cook something, or we will use something? So things in the future tense. If you've ever wanted to say things about the past or the future, this is the episode for you. So here's the agenda for today's lesson. We will do a quick review of the Tagalog verb types. Then we will talk about Tagalog pronouns so that we can make simple sentences. And then we will review very briefly the present tense conjugation of verbs. Then we'll jump right into the past tense conjugation patterns, and then the future tense conjugation patterns, and then some practice questions throughout as well. And then we'll finish off with a Taglish tip, which I think you will find very useful. Alrighty, so there are 5 main Tagalog verb types in Tagalog: mag, ma, in, and e verbs. And what makes them different is that some are actor-focused, like mag, ma, and and then some of these verbs are object-focused, like in, and e. So you can see that the verbs, some of them can be actor or object-focused, depending on the context of the sentence. And again, in lesson 3, I go over which types of verbs can be actor or object focused. So that's a really good episode to watch. Okay, so what does it mean to be an actor or an object focused verb? Well, an actor focused verb means that the subject is doing the action. For example, the boy is playing. Here, the subject is the boy, and he is doing the action. He is playing. So the focus here is on the subject. Whereas for an object-focused verb, the action is being done to the subject. For example, wash the dishes. Here, the subject is the dishes, and something is being done to them. They are going to be washed. So here the focus is more on the object, which is the dishes, versus when the focus is on a subject like a person or the actor. And then let's just review some subject pronouns. Ako is I. Ka is you singular. Siya is he or she. Again, this is gender neutral. You have to listen to the context of the sentence to figure out who someone is talking about. And again, just to point out the pronunciation, it looks like it should be pronounced siya, but it's usually pronounced siya, siya. Sila is they. Tayo is we inclusive. Kami is we exclusive. We'll go back to that. Kayo is you plural. So you all as a class, kayo. So now let's go back to the 2 different types of we here. So tayo is all of us together. You and me and the whole class, we are all doing the action. So kumakain tayo. We are all eating. Kumakain tayo. So it's inclusive because everyone is doing the action. Versus kami means me and someone else. So me and my husband Chris, we are eating. Kumakain kami.
we are eating. You're not doing the action. I'm just telling you about it. So maybe you're calling me and I'm like, oh, kumakain kami. We are eating. So that's exclusive. So the simplest sentence structure in Tagalog is verb plus pronoun. It's the opposite of English where the pronoun goes first. I am running. I am eating. So there the pronoun I goes first. But in Tagalog, it's the opposite. The verb goes first. So for example, let's take a look at the verb to cook, which is magluto. Using the subject pronouns we just learned, here are some simple sentences. Nagluluto ako. I am cooking. Nagluluto ako. Nagluluto ka. You are cooking. Nagluluto siya. He or she is cooking. Nagluluto sila. They are cooking. Nagluluto tayo. We are all cooking together. So remember, that's inclusive. We're all doing it. Nagluluto kami. We are cooking. So me and my husband Chris, nagluluto kami. That's exclusive. And then nagluluto kayo. You all are cooking. Maybe you all as a class, you all are cooking. So this is a good slide to know just because it shows how you can put the verb and the pronoun together, and then it shows how the different subject pronouns are used. Okay, so now just a review that all Tagalog verbs have a root, and then something is added to them, whether it's an affix at the beginning, maybe an infix in the middle, or even a suffix at the end, which we will see today. So something is added to the root to conjugate it to a different tense. So for example, the word magluto, to cook, in the present tense, it's nagluluto ako. I am cooking. Nagluluto ako. In the past tense, nagluto ako. I cooked. Nagluto. In the future tense, magluluto ako. I will cook. Magluluto. And I've underlined and bolded the root here. So luto, that's the root word of to cook. And then an affix is usually added to indicate the different tense. So you can see the different affixes there. And what I want you to get from this slide is that if you can pick out the root word in a conversation, then that's kind of half of the battle, right? Try to pick out root words that you can recognize and then use context clues to determine what is actually being said. So if I heard someone say, oh, nagluluto ako ngayon, then I would say, okay, I know luto means cook. Are they saying that they're cooking right now, or did they cook something yesterday, or will they be cooking tomorrow? So just kind of try to pick out the root words that you know and then kind of go from there for the translation of Tagalog. Okay, so all of that was a review from Lesson 3. Let's jump into the new material now of Lesson 4, the past tense conjugation patterns. So let's start with the mag verbs. These are usually actor-focused, and they are the most common type of verb in Tagalog. Some examples are maglakad, to walk, magluto, to cook, magbasa, to read. Now, in the past tense, you have to add the affix nag in the beginning. So now the pattern is nag plus the root. For example, maglakad in the past tense is naglakad. Naglakad ako, I walked. Naglakad siya, she walked. So naglakad is the past tense of to walk in Tagalog. Magluto becomes nagluto. Nagluto ako, I cooked. Nagluto ako ng kanin, I cooked some rice. So nagluto is the past tense of to cook. Magbasa becomes nagbasa. Nagbasa ako, I read. So nagbasa is the past tense of to read. So you can see how the pattern is nag plus the root, right? It's a little different from the present tense. Speaking of, let's go ahead and just compare the present tense to the past tense conjugation of mag verbs. So in the present tense, we learned naglalakad is walking. Naglalakad. If you recall, the present tense conjugation of mag verbs is nag plus the repeated first syllable plus the root. Naglalakad ako, I am walking. Naglalakad. The present tense conjugation of to cook is nagluto. Nagluto ako, I cooked. Then in the present tense, magbasa is nagbabasa. That means reading. Nagbabasa ako. I am reading. Now let's compare these to the past tense conjugation. This is what we learned today. So naglakad is walked. Nagluto is cooked. Nagbasa is read. So there is a slight difference here from the present tense to the past tense. There's no repeated sound, right? So naglalakad ako means I'm walking. Naglakad ako means I walked. So the difference between the tenses can be a little subtle. It's one of those things that you have to train your ear for, right? So for the present tense, you can hopefully recognize that there's a repeated sound. Naglalakad ako. Versus the past tense, naglakad. It's like done. There's no repeated sound. So that's kind of one way to distinguish between the present and the past tense conjugation of mag verbs. All right, now let's take a look at ma verbs. They have a very similar pattern. These are also actor-focused, and some examples are maligo to shower, matulog to sleep, manood to watch. In the past tense, this is the pattern for ma verbs. Now the affix is na, and then it's the root. For example, maligo becomes naligo. Naligo ako. I took a shower. Naligo siya. He took a shower. So it's just naligo. You jot it down. What do you think matulog and manood will be in the past tense? Just use this pattern that we learned, affix na and then the root. What do you think matulog and manood will be in the past tense? Okay, matulog to sleep in the past tense is natulog. Natulog ako. I went to sleep. Natulog ako. And then manood will be nanood. So, nanood ako ng sine. I watched a movie. So again, we are just using this pattern, affix na plus the root, and that is how you change ma verbs into the past tense. Let's compare. So in the present tense, I think it'll help if I put them both up together. So in the present tense, shower is naliligo. I am taking a shower. Naliligo ako. Naliligo. In the past tense, it's naligo. Naligo ako. Naligo. That's showered. I took a shower. For the verb matulog, in the present tense, it's natutulog siya. So natutulog is sleeping. In the past tense, it's natulog. That means slept. Then for the verb manood, in the present tense, it's nanonood. Nanonood ako. I am watching something. In the past tense, it's nanood. Nanood ako. I watched something. So it is a very similar pattern to the mag verbs. The only difference is that it doesn't have the G in the affix. But you can see here in the present tense, there is that repeated syllable, whereas in the past tense, there is no repeated syllable. It's just the affix, then the root. All right, so now let's take a look at verbs. These can be actor or object focused depending on the context, and here are some examples. Kain means to eat, takbo means to run, tawa means to laugh. And again, you might be wondering, why are these verbs? There is no in there. Is the infix that is put into the word to conjugate it in the present tense. But in the past tense, this is the pattern. So goes after the first letter when you're using it in the past. For example, kain to eat becomes kumain. Kumain ako. I ate. Kumain. Takbo becomes tumakbo. Tumakbo siya. He ran. Tumakbo. So again, the infix just goes after the first letter. Tumakbo. You give it a try. What do you think tawa, to laugh, will be in the past tense? Just use that pattern that we learned. Tawa in the past tense becomes tumawa. Tumawa sila. They laughed. Tumawa. So again, we are just adding the infix after the first letter. So now let's compare. In the present tense, kain is kumakain. Kumakain ako, I am eating. Kumakain ako. In the past tense, it's kumain. Kumain ako, I ate. Kumain. For the word takbo, in the present tense, it's tumatakbo. That means running. Tumatakbo siya, he is running. In the past tense, it's tumakbo. He ran. Tumakbo. Then for the word tawa, which means to laugh, in the present tense, it's tumatawa. Tumatawa sila. They are laughing. Tumatawa. In the past tense, it's tumawa. Tumawa sila. They laughed. Tumawa. Again, if you need to review the present tense conjugation patterns for verbs, be sure to watch lesson 3 because I go over all of that and there are practice questions as well. All right, so let's take a look at in verbs. These are usually object focused and here are some examples. Gamit means to use. Walis means to sweep. In the past tense, the infix in goes after the first letter. So gamit, to use, in the past tense is ginamit. Ginamit ko, I used something. Ginamit. So you can see in just goes after the first letter. You jot it down. What do you think walis, to sweep, will be in the past tense? Walis in the past tense will be winalis. Winalis ko yung sahig. I swept the floor. Winalis. So let's compare. In the present tense, using is ginagamit. Ginagamit ko. I am using something. Past tense, ginamit. That means I used something. Ginamit ko. In the present tense, to sweep is winawalis. That means sweeping, winawalis. In the past tense, it's winalis. Winalis ko yung sahig. I swept the floor. So it looks like for the most part when a verb is conjugated in the past tense, the conjugation is usually shorter. There's not a repeated syllable, there's no repeated sound or anything like that. So that's kind of one way to recognize if something is being conjugated in the past. Usually it's a shorter word. All right, so now lastly, let's take a look at e-verbs. These are usually object-focused, and here are some examples. Isara means to close. Ibigay means to give. Itago means to hide. In the past tense, the infix in goes after the second letter for e-verbs. So let's take a look at the word isara, which means to close. In the past tense, it becomes isinara. Isinara ko yung pinto. The in goes after the second letter. Isinara. Next, the word ibigay, which means to give, becomes ibinigay. Ibinigay ko yung regalo. I gave the gift. Ibinigay. Alrighty, you give it a try. What do you think itago, to hide, will be in the past tense? Remember to just use this pattern that we learned. Itago in the past tense becomes itinago. The in just goes after the second letter. Itinago ko, I hid something. Itinago. Now let's compare. In the present tense, isara is isinasara, closing. Isinasara. In the past tense, it's isinara, closed. Isinara. In the present tense, ibigay becomes ibinibigay. Ibinibigay, that means giving. In the past tense, it's ibinigay, gave. Ibinigay. Lastly, itago, which means to hide, in the present tense is itinatago. That means hiding. Itinatago. In the past tense, it's itinago, hid. Itinago. So those are all of the past tense conjugation patterns for the different types of verbs in Tagalog. I will go ahead and turn off my screen so that we can do some practice questions. All right, so up here in the top left corner are the conjugation patterns that we just learned for all of the different types of verbs. Then here are some subject pronouns that we learned. And then the sentence structure is verb plus pronoun, and then the time goes at the end. And then here are some vocabulary terms to indicate past tense. So kahapon is yesterday, kahapon. Kanina is earlier, kanina. Nung isang araw means the other day, nung isang araw. Nung isang linggo is the other week or last week. Nung isang buwan means the other month or last month. Nung isang taon means the other year or last year. Okay, now let's take a look at these examples here. So he watched a movie yesterday, and I gave you a hint. To watch is manood. So if we were going to do this together, let's review here that the sentence structure is verb plus pronoun plus time. So the verb here is manood. In the past tense, ma verbs, the pattern is affix na and then the root. So it becomes nanood. Then it's the pronoun siya, he. Ng sine, a movie, kahapon, yesterday. So in our sentence structure, I didn't point out where an object would go. It would go before the time. So nanood siya ng sine kahapon. He watched a movie yesterday. Nanood siya ng sine kahapon. Now you give it a try. You answer 2 through 5. You can pause the video now if you need more time, and then we will go over it. Alrighty, we'll go ahead and go over the answers. So she ran earlier. Remember, the sentence structure is verb plus pronoun plus time. So it would be tumakbo siya kanina. She ran earlier. Tumakbo siya kanina. Number 3, you all cleaned the other day. Maglinis means to clean. Naglinis kayo nung isang araw. Naglinis kayo nung isang araw. You all cleaned the other day. Number 4, we ate some adobo. Kain is to eat. And I wanted you to use the inclusive we, so everyone is eating. Or everyone ate, sorry. Kumain tayo ng adobo. We all ate some adobo. Kumain tayo ng adobo. And then number 5, they walked the other month. Maglakad means to walk. That would be naglakad sila nung isang buwan. They walked the other month. Naglakad sila nung isang buwan. Now, if you noticed, all of these examples are asking about mag, ma, and verbs. Because they are actor-focused, we can use subject pronouns. But if you wanted to use an in or e verb, you actually have to use a possessive pronoun. Remember, for an object-focused verb, the subject here is an object, so we have to use a possessive pronoun because it's almost like the person possesses that object that is in focus. Okay, so that's kind of why we have to use a possessive pronoun. And then the sentence structure now would be verb plus pronoun plus the word yung, which means the. Sometimes it can be ang. They are interchangeable usually. Then it's the noun and then time. And then again, down here in the bottom left corner are the vocab terms to indicate past tense. And let's take a look at some examples. So number 1, I used the car the other week. And I gave you some hints. Gamit means to use. Coche means car. So let's do this one together. So the sentence structure is verb plus pronoun. So it would be ginamit. That is the past tense conjugation of gamit. Remember, for in verbs, the infix in goes after the first letter. So ginamit, Then it's the pronoun ko, which is the possessive pronoun I. Then it's the word yung, which means the. Kotse nung isang linggo. So, ginamit ko yung kotse nung isang linggo. I used the car the other week. Go ahead and try 2, 3, and 4. You can pause the video now if you need more time. And remember to just plug in all of the words into this sentence structure. Remember to use the patterns that we learned, and also remember to use possessive pronouns because we are using an object-focused verb now. Okay, go ahead and do these examples and we'll go over it in just a bit. All right, let's go ahead and start with number 2. He closed the door earlier. Isara means to close. Pinto means door. This would be, isinara niya yung pinto kanina. Isinara niya yung pinto kanina. He closed the door earlier. So again, remember for e-verbs, the in just goes after the second letter. Then it's the pronoun niya, which is he or she in the possessive pronouns. Then it's the word yung, which means the. Then it's the noun pinto, which means door. Earlier is kanina. So we are just plugging all of the words into the sentence structure and then using the conjugation patterns that we learned. Okay, number 3, you all swept the floor yesterday. Walis means to sweep. Sahig means floor. Winalis ninyo yung sahig kahapon. Winalis ninyo yung sahig kahapon. You all swept the floor yesterday. And lastly, they hid the toys the other month. Itago means to hide. Mga laruan means toys. And to make a noun plural, you have to add this word mga. So mga laruan means toys. It's not like in English where we can just add an S. You actually have to add this word mga. In Tagalog, this would be, itinago nila yung mga laruan nung isang buwan. Itinago nila yung mga laruan nung isang buwan. They hid the toys the other month. All right, so these are just some examples of how to use the past tense conjugation patterns that we learned and how you can plug in all the vocabulary that you learned into this simple sentence structure. Alrighty, now let's go ahead and jump right into the future tense conjugation patterns of these verbs. Let's start with mag verbs. Again, our mag verbs are maglakad to walk, magluto to cook, magbasa to read. Now in the future tense, this is the pattern. Now it's the affix mag, then there's a repeated first syllable, and then the root. So in the future tense, if you wanted to say will walk, maglakad becomes maglalakad. So it's the affix mag, then there's a repeated first syllable, and then it's the root, lakad. So maglalakad ako, I will walk, maglalakad. Magluto, to cook, in the future tense will be magluluto. Again, the affix is mag, then there's the repeated first syllable, and then the root. Magluluto sila, they will cook. Lastly, magbasa, to read, becomes magbabasa. Magbabasa ako, I will read. So let's compare all of these tenses together. And let's just take a look at the highlighted ones. So in the present tense, to walk, it is naglalakad. That means walking, naglalakad. In the past tense, to walk is naglakad, walked, naglakad. In the future tense, it's maglalakad, maglalakad. That is will walk. So future tense and present tense are very similar for mag verbs. The only difference is the first letter. So it's one of those things where you have to listen very carefully, but also rely on the context clues in case you miss what that first letter was. Okay, so it is a very similar pattern for present and future tense conjugation of mag verbs. Next, let's take a look at ma verbs. It's a very similar pattern to the mag verbs. Again, here are some ma verbs. Maligo, to shower. matulog to sleep, manood to watch. In the future tense, here is the pattern for ma verbs. Now the affix is ma, then there's a repeated first syllable, and then it's the root. So maligo, to shower, in the future tense will be maliligo. The affix is ma, then there's a repeated first syllable, and then it's the root. Maliligo ako, I will take a shower. You jot it down. What do you think matulog, to sleep, and manood, to watch, will be in the future tense? And remember to just use this new pattern. Okay, in the future tense, matulog, to sleep, will be matutulog. Matutulog ako, I will go to sleep. Matutulog. So the affix is ma, then there's a repeated first syllable, and then the root. Matutulog. And then manood, to watch, will be manunood. Affix is ma, then there's a repeated first syllable, and then the root. Manunood ako, I will watch. Now let's compare all of the tenses together for ma verbs. Let's just take a look at the highlighted ones. Maligo means to shower. In the present tense, it's naliligo ako. Showering, taking a shower. Naliligo ako. In the past tense, it's naligo, showered. Naligo. In the future tense, it's maliligo. Maliligo ako. I will take a shower. Again, for ma verbs, it's a very similar pattern for present and future tense conjugation. The only difference is that first letter. But they both have that repeated first syllable. So again, try to listen carefully or try to rely on the context clues so that you can figure out what they're talking about. Okay, next, verbs. Our verbs are kain, to eat, takbo, to run, tawa, to laugh. Now the pattern for verbs is you repeat the first syllable. So take a look at this. Kain, to eat, becomes kakain. Kakain ako, I will eat. Kakain ako ng pansit. I will eat some pansit. So it's very interesting because now there's no infix at all for future tense conjugation of verbs. You just simply repeat the first syllable. So let's take a look at takbo, which means to run. Takbo in the future tense becomes tatakbo. Tatakbo sila, they will run. Tatakbo. Again, you're just repeating the first syllable. You give it a try. What do you think tawa, to laugh, will be in the future tense? All right, tawa will be tatawa. Tatawa sila, they will laugh. So you're just repeating the first syllable for the future tense conjugation of verbs. Very interesting. They just dropped the altogether. So let's go ahead and compare all of the conjugation patterns for verbs. We'll just take a look at the verb kain here, highlighted in yellow. In the present tense, to eat, it's kumakain. Kumakain ako, I am eating. Kumakain. In the past tense, it's kumain. Kumain ako, I ate. And then in the future tense, it's kakain. Kakain ako, I will eat. So very interesting. All of the conjugation patterns are different for verbs here. Then in verbs, some examples are gamit, to use, walis, to sweep. Now the pattern for future tense conjugation of verbs is that you have to repeat the first syllable, then it's the root, then goes at the end. So take a look at the word gamit, which means to use. In the future tense, it would be gagamitin. Gagamitin ko yung kotse. I will use the car. Gagamitin. So you repeat the first syllable, then it's the root, then it's at the end. So this is very interesting. We haven't seen a suffix yet, so the goes at the end of the word. This is the first time we've seen this. You jot it down. What do you think walis, to sweep, will be in the future tense? And just use this pattern. All right, walis in the future tense will be wawalisin. Wawalisin ko yung sahig. I will sweep the floor. Wawalisin. So again, you just repeat the first syllable, then it's the root, and then in goes at the end. Let's compare all of the conjugation patterns for in verbs. We'll just take a look at the ones highlighted in yellow. So gamit means to use. In the present tense, it's ginagamit, using, ginagamit. In the past tense, it's ginamit, used, ginamit. And in the future tense, gagamitin, will use, gagamitin. So very interesting there. Lastly, e-verbs. Some examples are isara, to close, ibigay, to give, itago, to hide. Now, for the future tense conjugation of e-verbs, you would just repeat the second syllable. Isara, to close, becomes isasara. Isasara ko yung pinto. I will close the door. Isasara. You just repeat the second syllable. You give it a try. What do you think ibigay, to give, and itago, to hide, will be in the future tense? And just follow this pattern. Okay? Ibigay will be ibibigay. Ibibigay ko yung regalo. I will give the gift. Ibibigay. And then itago, to hide, will be itatago. Itatago ko yung pera. I will hide the money. Itatago. So again, you are just repeating the second syllable. Let's go ahead and compare all of these conjugation patterns for e-verbs. In the present tense, isara, to close, is isinasara. Isinasara. That means closing. Isinasara. Past tense, it's isinara, closed. Isinara. And then in the future tense, it's isasara, will close. Isasara. All right, so those are all of the future tense conjugation patterns for the verb types in Tagalog. Now let's do some practice questions. I'm going to go ahead and turn off my screen again. Now in the top left corner are the future tense conjugation patterns that we learned for all of the verbs. Then are the subject pronouns. And then it's the sentence structure down in the bottom left corner. And now in the green are some vocabulary terms to indicate future tense. So bukas is tomorrow, bukas. Mamaya means later, mamaya. Sa susunod na linggo, next week. Sa susunod na buwan, next month. And sa susunod na taon, next year. Now here are some examples. Let's do the first one together. I will watch a movie tomorrow. Manood means to watch. So again, let's take a look at our sentence structure. It should be verb plus pronoun plus time. Manonood is the future tense conjugation of manood. Manonood, ako means I. Ng sine, bukas means tomorrow. Manunood ako ng sine. Bukas, I will watch a movie tomorrow. Again, if you're going to add an object, it would just go right before time. So you give it a try. You can pause the video now if you need. You do numbers 2 through 5, and we'll go over them in just a bit. All right, let's start with number 2. They will run later. Takbo means to run. Tatakbo sila mamaya. Tatakbo sila mamaya. Number 3, we exclusive will clean next week. Maglinis means to clean. Maglilinis kami sa susunod na linggo. Maglilinis kami sa susunod na linggo. We will clean next week. Number 4, you singular will eat pansit later. Kain means to eat. Kakain ka ng pansit mamaya. Kakain ka ng pansit mamaya. And then lastly, she will walk next month. Maglakad. Maglalakad siya sa susunod na buwan. Maglalakad siya sa susunod na buwan. All right. Again, these examples focus on the mag, ma, and verbs. Since they are actor-focused, we can use subject pronouns. But if we want to use in or e verbs, we actually have to use possessive pronouns. Remember, when we are using object-focused verbs, we have to use a possessive pronoun because it's almost like the subject or the person is in possession of that object. And the sentence structure is verb plus pronoun plus the word yung, which means the. Then it's the noun, then it's time. And again, the box in green has the vocabulary terms to indicate future tense. And now let's do these examples. Let's start with number 1. We, exclusive, will use the car later. Gamit means to use. Coche means car. So let's take a look at the sentence structure. The verb should come first. So the future tense conjugation of gamit, let's take a look at in verbs. Repeat the first syllable, then it's the root, then you add in at the end. So it would be gagamitin. Gagamitin, then it's we exclusive, namin, yung kotse mamaya. Gagamitin namin yung kotse mamaya. You give it a try. You can pause the video now. You try 2, 3, and 4. Just plug in the vocabulary into the sentence structure and then use the conjugation patterns for in and e verbs. Go ahead and do that and we'll check it in just a bit. Alrighty, let's go ahead and do number 2. He will close the store next week. Isara means to close. Tindahan means store. Isasara niya yung tindahan sa susunod na taon. Isasara niya yung tindahan sa susunod na taon. He will close the store next week. Number 3, you all will sweep the floor tomorrow. Walis means to sweep. Sahig means floor. Wawalisin ninyo yung sahig bukas. Wawalisin ninyo yung sahig bukas. You all will sweep the floor tomorrow. And lastly, number 4, they will hide the toys next month. Itago means to hide. Mga laruan means toys. Itatago nila yung mga laruan sa susunod na buwan. Itatago nila yung mga laruan sa susunod na buwan. So these are just some examples on how to use the future tense conjugation of these verbs. And it gives a good practice on how to use this sentence structure where the verb comes first, then it's the pronoun, and then sometimes an object, and then the time goes at the end. So hopefully you can recognize this pattern when you hear native Tagalog speakers speaking Tagalog. Now I want to finish off our lesson with a quick Taglish tip. And Taglish is Tagalog and English put together. I am a big supporter of using Taglish. I think it's a great stepping stone for learning new vocabulary, especially while you are learning a new language. It's not very attainable to try and speak a language fluently right away, and no one is making you do that, okay? So take your time, try to use as much Tagalog as you can, even if that means having to use Taglish or Tagalog and English put together in a sentence. So let's take a look at these examples. I drove yesterday. She will swim later. They jumped earlier. We didn't learn these verbs. We didn't learn to drive. We also didn't learn to swim or to jump. But you can always turn them into a mug verb. So that means mug plus the English verb. Then conjugate it like you would in the past or the future as a mug verb. And then you can use subject pronouns in your sentence. So let's take a look at number 1, I drove yesterday. What if I told you to use mug drive? Now conjugate it in the past tense because it's drove. I drove yesterday. It would be nag-drive. Nag-drive ako kahapon. I drove yesterday. Nag-drive ako kahapon. So see, we are just using the pattern that we've already learned and using this mug plus an English verb. So go ahead and try number 2 and 3. You can use mag-swim and mag-jump. And then we'll go over it in just a second. Alrighty, for number 2, she will swim later. If I told you to use mag-swim, it would be magsiswim siya mamaya. Magsiswim siya mamaya. So again, for the future tense conjugation of a mag verb, it's mag plus the repeated first syllable plus the root. Magsiswim siya mamaya. She will swim later. Lastly, they jumped earlier. If I told you to use mag-jump, it would be nagjump sila kanina. The affix is nag, then it's the root for a past tense conjugation of mag verbs. So nagjump sila kanina. So that is just a quick way to use Taglish, but I do encourage you to go back and look up these words in Tagalog so that you can say the whole phrase in Tagalog eventually. For example, to drive in Tagalog is magmaneho. So this would actually be nagmaneho ako kahapon. I drove yesterday. Nagmaneho ako kahapon. To swim is langoy. So this would be lalangoy siya mamaya. Langoy is an verb. So lalangoy siya mamaya. And then lastly, talon. Talon means to jump. So tumalon sila kanina. It's also an verb. So those are just some ways to use Taglish in a conversation. Now, you don't want to rely on Taglish forever. The goal is to hopefully get fluent in Tagalog. So look up words that you don't know so that you can say the whole phrase in Tagalog eventually. Alrighty, well, we learned so much in today's lesson. Here's just a quick recap. We reviewed the different types of Tagalog verbs and the pronouns that we can use in a simple sentence. Then we reviewed the present tense conjugation of these verbs and then jumped right into the past and future tense patterns. Then we did some practice questions and then finished off with a Taglish tip, which I hope you can start using in your everyday conversations. Again, I strongly encourage you to watch lessons 3 and 4 together because they build on each other. Be sure to take detailed notes so that you can keep all of these conjugation patterns straight. Hopefully, this will help you recognize some of these patterns and recognize the tenses and definitely root words now that you know some vocabulary when you're listening to Tagalog speakers. If you would like some more Tagalog resources, please follow me on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook, where I post shorter videos throughout the week that will help you learn Tagalog on the go. I also have an Instagram subscription if you would like extended videos and also a monthly newsletter where I recap all of my Tagalog lessons that I post on Instagram. I also have a Stan store where I have some products and then sometimes some group classes if they are available. You might want to check that out. And lastly, feel free to check out my Amazon storefront where I have links to some fun products about the Filipino culture, which I think you might enjoy. Well, thank you again for spending some time with me. I hope to see you in the next Tagalog Time episode. Paalam! Hello, everybody. Welcome to another episode of Tagalog Time with Pat. This is episode 5, and we will be learning how to use possessive pronouns with nouns. In Tagalog, have you ever wanted to say something like, my friend is funny, her dog is brown, or that's Sam and Mary's house, or that's mine? Basically, anything that shows possession or a way to express ownership, that is what we are going to be learning today. So here's today's lesson agenda. We will be learning the different types of possessive pronouns. Then we will learn the various sentence structures for how to use them. And then we will learn possessive sentence markers and demonstrative pronouns so that we can make a variation of sentences. And then we will learn a Taglish tip, and then we will be doing practice questions all throughout the lesson. So go ahead and grab your piece of paper and something to write with so that we can practice. All right, so what is a possessive pronoun? Well, it's a part of speech that is used to describe ownership or possession of a noun. If you recall, if you've been following these series in a chronological order, we have already been learning possessive pronouns, but we've been using them with a verb. So specifically with an object-focused verb, we've been using a possessive pronoun because the idea is that the person in that sentence is in possession of the object that is in focus. So these three examples are a review of the past couple lessons, lessons 3 and 4. They are straight from those slides. So I am going to use the car tomorrow. Gamit means to use. Kotse means car. In Tagalog, it would be gagamitin ko yung kotse bukas. It's a future tense sentence, so it's gagamitin. And then ko is the possessive pronoun here, meaning I. So gagamitin ko yung kotse bukas. Number 2, she swept the floor earlier. Walis means to sweep. Sahig means floor. In Tagalog, this would be winalis niya yung sahig kanina. Winalis is the past tense form of to sweep. Niya is the possessive pronoun here, meaning she. And then number 3, they are closing the door. Isinasara nila yung pinto. Isinasara is the present tense conjugation of isara, which means to close. Nila means they. So here are the possessive pronouns we already know. We've been using them with a verb, but today we will learn how to use them with a noun. All right, so a possessive pronoun sometimes can be called a possessive adjective or a personal pronoun. And an adjective is something that describes a noun. So if you were to say my house, you are kind of describing it. You're describing whose it is. It's mine, right? It's my house. So it kind of makes sense that sometimes it's called a possessive adjective. And then same with personal pronoun. A pronoun means it's something that is replacing the noun. So if I were to say I am sweeping, ko is that pronoun since it's meaning I. Okay, so these are the different names for possessive pronoun depending on what type of resource you're using. Now let's review the possessive pronouns that we've already learned. Ko means I or my. Mo is you or your singular. Niya, he or she, his or her. Again, this is gender neutral. Nila, they or their. Natin, we or our inclusive. Namin, we or our exclusive. Ninyo is you or your plural. So that's you all as a class. And we will take a look at the difference between this inclusive and exclusive meaning here. So let's take a look at the noun house. In Tagalog, house is bahay. Bahay ko is my house. Bahay ko. Bahay mo is your house. Singular. So that's just you, one person, your house. Bahay mo. Bahay niya, his or her house. So niya is gender neutral. You really have to focus on the context of the sentence to determine who someone is talking about. Bahay niya. Bahay nila, their house. Bahay natin, our house inclusive. So if you and me and the whole class, we all lived in the same house, we could say bahay natin. Everyone is included there. Versus bahay namin means our house exclusive. So me and my husband Chris, we have our own house. That's bahay namin. You're not included. I'm just telling you about it. So bahay namin. And then bahay ninyo, your house, plural. So you all as a class, you all have a house. That's bahay ninyo, your house. So I want to point out the word order here is object plus the pronoun. Bahay ko. This is different from English because we would say my house. The pronoun goes first, my house, and then it's the object. So in Tagalog, it's the opposite. The object goes first, and then it's the pronoun. And this is an important note. These types of possessive pronouns never go at the beginning of the sentence in Tagalog. They go after the object. So you would never start your sentence with ko or mo or niya. It just doesn't work like that. All right, so let's do some examples. I'm going to go ahead and turn off my screen here. Now, in order to use these possessive pronouns in a sentence, we have to have a noun and an adjective. So we will learn some of these nouns and adjectives here. In this top left corner are the possessive pronouns we just learned. Now here are some nouns. So aso is dog, pusa is cat, kotse is car, bahay is house, pagkain, food, mga damit, clothes, buhok, hair, ulo, head, mga kamay, hands. So again, that's how you make something plural. You have to add the word mga before it. Mga kamay means hands. Now here are some words for people that you might know. Tatay, father, nanay, mother, kapatid, brother or sister. So that's gender neutral. Kapatid is a brother or a sister. Mga anak, children, kaibigan, friend. And now here are some adjectives. So here are different colors, mga kulay. Pula is red, kahel, orange, dilaw, yellow, verde, green, azul, blue, lila, purple, puti, white, itim, black, abo, gray, rosas, pink, ginto, gold, kayumanggi, brown. And some more adjectives, masakit, hurts, sira, broken, nawawala, missing, masaya, happy, bago, new, malayo, far away, masarap, delicious, malamig, cold. And lastly, let's finish off with some more adjectives. Matangkad, tall, maliit, little, malaki, big, mahaba, long, maikli, short, thing, nakakatawa, funny, maganda, beautiful, guapo, handsome. All right, so that's a lot of vocabulary right there, which is great because then we can make a variety of sentences. Now here is the sentence structure for using these possessive pronouns. So first comes the adjective, then it's the word ang, which means is or are, then it's the object, and then it's the pronoun. So let's take a look at some examples. Number 1, your, plural, food is delicious. Let's do this one together. So the adjective comes first. Take a look at the sentence structure. Adjective comes first, so it would be masarap. It's right over here in this pink box. Masarap means delicious. Then it's the word ang. Then it's the object, food, which is here in the noun section, food, pagkain. And then it's the pronoun, ninyo, plural. Your food is delicious. Masarap ang pagkain ninyo. So do you see how we just plugged everything into the sentence structure here? It's a matter of knowing these vocabulary terms and then just putting it into the sentence structure. This is a good phrase to know if you're visiting like a Filipino restaurant or if you are visiting a family member, like someone who's older than you and you want to be respectful after they fed you. You could say, masarap ang pagkain ninyo. Your food is delicious. All right, so go ahead and take a minute and do the rest of these examples, and then we will go over it in just a bit. All right, so let's start with number 2. My head hurts. It would be, masakit ang ulo ko. Masakit ang ulo ko. My head hurts. Number 3, his brother is funny. Nakakatawa ang kapatid niya. Nakakatawa ang kapatid niya. So kapatid is one of those words that's gender neutral. If you wanted to be specific and say brother, like this sentence is perfectly fine, but you could go further and say, nakakatawa ang kapatid na lalaki niya. Or nakakatawa ang kapatid niya na lalaki. So, but usually you can just say, nakakatawa ang kapatid niya. Number 4, their car is broken. Sira ang kotse nila. Sira ang kotse nila. Number 5, our exclusive house is far away. Malayo ang bahay namin. Malayo ang bahay namin. Number 6, your singular hands are cold. Malamig ang mga kamay mo. Malamig ang mga kamay mo. And lastly, number 7, our inclusive cat is black and white. Itim at puti ang pusa natin. And that is how you say and. It's just the word at, A-T. Itim at puti ang pusa natin. All right, so here is a quick Taglish tip. Taglish is Tagalog and English put together. I am a big supporter of using English in Tagalog if you are still learning new vocabulary. So here is one way you can use it. So here is the sentence structure we just learned. If you don't know an adjective or an object in Tagalog, just say that word in English. For example, his cousin is beautiful, or my child is heavy. We didn't learn the word for cousin, we didn't learn the word for heavy. So you can just say them in English. Maganda ang cousin niya. His cousin is beautiful. Maganda ang cousin niya. Or heavy ang anak ko. My child is heavy. Heavy ang anak ko. So that works. That's perfectly fine. But the idea is to go back and look up what those words are later so that eventually you can say the whole thing in Tagalog. Maganda ang pinsan niya. So pinsan is cousin. And this is gender neutral as well. Maganda ang pinsan niya. Or mabigat ang anak ko. Mabigat means heavy. So if you don't know a word in Tagalog, don't be discouraged. I do want you to try and use Tagalog as much as you can, even if that means having to sneak in some English here and there. And then hopefully someone will just correct you and say, oh, cousin in Tagalog is pinsan. So then you can just start saying pinsan in your sentences. All right, so here are the examples we just did, and I want to take a closer look at number 1. Your food is delicious. And you can say it in an alternative way. So your food is delicious. We just learned, masarap ang pagkain ninyo. Adjective comes first, then it's the object, then it's the possessive pronoun. That's the sentence structure we just learned. However, you could switch it up and say, ang pagkain ninyo ay masarap. That also means your food is delicious. Ang pagkain ninyo ay masarap. Now the object is at the beginning. Then it's the possessive pronoun, then it's the adjective. So there is kind of a change in the grammar structure here. And now you are using this word ay, which is a sentence connector, which means is. So ang in this phrase means is, but then when you're switching it up, I is the connector here. Not a lot of people use this second form. It's more formal. It's more casual to just say, masarap ang pagkain ninyo. But this is not wrong. Ang pagkain ninyo ay masarap. That is perfectly correct. It's grammatically correct. It's just not very colloquial. It's not what's used in common conversation every day. Okay, so that's just a note on how you can say or hear things if you happen to hear it this way. All right, and then I just want to point out that all of these phrases could be turned into that alternative phrase. So, masakit ang ulo ko could turn into, ang ulo ko ay masakit. That also means my head hurts. It's kind of more poetic. It's like not a lot of people say it that way. Ang ulo ko ay masakit. It's just very literal. So, it's more common for someone to say, masakit ang ulo ko. But you could hear it as, ang ulo ko ay masakit. That's right. It's correct. And then, nakakatawa ang kapatid niya. That could be said as, ang kapatid niya ay nakakatawa. So again, you're just switching up the word order here, but it means the same thing. All right, so now let's learn some demonstrative pronouns. It started to rain over here. I wonder if you can hear it. So what is a demonstrative pronoun? Sometimes they're called demonstrative adjectives, again, because it's describing a noun. Well, it's a part of speech that helps identify someone or something. So here are some examples. Ito means this or these. Yan means that or those. So I'm saying yan, but it's technically iyan, iyan. But it's more common to just hear someone say yan. So here's the sentence structure for how demonstrative pronouns can be used. Ito or iyan goes first. It's taking the place of the adjective. Then it's the word ang, then it's the object, then it's the pronoun. So the last part of this sentence structure is the same as what we've just learned. So here's how it's used. This is my house would be, Ito ang bahay ko. Ito ang bahay ko. This is my house. So ito goes first, then it's the word ang, then it's bahay, and then it's the pronoun. Ito ang bahay ko. That is my house would be iyan ang bahay ko. That is my house. Iyan ang bahay ko. So ito means this, iyan means that. And it can be used in a plural way as well. They can mean singular or plural things. So these are my kids is still ito ang mga anak ko. Ito ang mga anak ko. These are my kids. Those are my kids. Iyan ang mga anak ko. So ito means these. Iyan means those. Now there is an alternative way to say these phrases, which is still correct. So this is my house, we just learned. Ito ang bahay ko. You might also hear it as bahay ko ito. Bahay ko ito. So it's using that demonstrative pronoun ito, and then there's the object and there's the pronoun. So the word order is switched up and we took out the word ang. It's just kind of included in that phrase already. Bahay ko ito, this is my house. Same with that is my house. We learned iyan ang bahay ko. But you could also hear bahay ko iyan. Bahay ko iyan. Both forms of these phrases are correct. There's not one wrong way to say it. Ito ang bahay ko might be a little bit formal, but it's said just as much as bahay ko ito. Okay, so these are the two ways you might hear the demonstrative pronoun being used with a noun. So let's do some examples. These are my kids is ito ang mga anak ko. We learned that. And then those are my kids. Yan ang mga anak ko. I want you to think of the alternative. Remember, we took out the word ang, and then we had to switch up the order. So if you need to take a look at the last slide, you can flip back. But go ahead and pause the video now if you'd like, and then we'll go over it. Okay, so the alternative for ito ang mga anak ko would be mga anak ko ito. So the object goes first, then it's the pronoun, then it's the demonstrative pronoun. Mga anak ko ito. Yan ang mga anak ko can also be said, mga anak ko yan. Mga anak ko iyan. Okay, so those are the different ways you could say these phrases. They are both used equally as much. Okay, so this is just a review of the sentence structure for using these pronouns. Usually it's the adjective first, or it could be the demonstrative pronoun ito, iyan. Then it's the word ang, and then it's the object, and then it's the pronoun. So that's the sentence structure. And then remember that these possessive pronouns never go at the beginning of the sentence. They always go after the object. Okay? Now I want to take a look at some possessive sentence markers. What is a possessive sentence marker? Well, it's a part of speech that indicates ownership specific to a person or multiple people. So now if we want to say someone's name, like we're saying it belongs to someone specific, this is how we're going to do it. So we would use the word ni for one person. We would use the word nina for multiple people. So take a look at this. Mary's children are smart. So it's just one person. It's Mary. It would be matalino ang mga anak ni Mary. So this is the same sentence structure. It's the adjective, then it's the word ang, then it's the object. And instead of a pronoun, now we're adding someone's name. And in order to do that, we have to use this possessive sentence marker, ni, because it's just one person. Matalino ang mga anak ni Mary. Mary's children are smart. Now, if we're talking about multiple people, like this is Sam and Jane's car, then you would have to use the word nina. Ito ang kotse nina Sam and Jane. So it's still that same sentence structure. Ito is the demonstrative pronoun, then it's the word ang, then it's the object kotse, and now instead of a pronoun, we're using someone's name. But then we have to use this possessive sentence marker ni na because it's multiple people. So ito ang kotse ni na Sam at Jane. This is Sam and Jane's car. All right, so this is that sentence structure I was just talking about. It's the adjective, plus it's the word ang, then it's the object, then it's ni or ni na, and then the names go at the end. So here are some examples. Let's do number 1 together. Sarah's head hurts. Head is ulo, hurts is masakit. So let's just follow this sentence structure. So adjective comes first, masakit, ang, ulo, which is the object, ni, Sarah. So it's just one person, so we would choose ni. Masakit ang ulo ni Sarah. Sarah's head hurts. You take a minute, you do number 2 and 3, and then we will go over it. Okay, number 2, John and Amy's house is far. House is bahay, far is malayo. Malayo ang bahay nina John at Amy. Malayo ang bahay nina John at Amy. So we use nina because it's multiple people. And number 3, that is Mario's cat. Cat is pusa. Yan ang pusa ni Mario. Iyan ang pusa ni Mario. So it's just one person, so we would use the possessive sentence marker, ni. Now, there are some different ways to say these phrases. Let's take a look at the example. This is Sarah's house. We learned, ito ang bahay ni Sarah. But you could also hear, bahay ito ni Sarah. So in this case, the object goes first, then it's the demonstrative pronoun, then it's the possessive sentence marker, ni, and then it's the name. Bahay ito ni Sarah. Another example, that is Mark and Molly's house. It would be, iyan ang bahay ni Mark at Molly. So we've learned these sentence structures already. It's the demonstrative pronoun, then it's the word ang, then it's the object, and then it's usually the pronoun, or in this case, it's the people with the possessive sentence marker. Now, the alternative way to say this is bahay iyan ni Mark at Molly. So the object goes first, then it's the demonstrative pronoun, then it's the sentence marker, and then it's the people's name. Bahay iyan ni Mark at Molly. So these two ways to say these phrases are both correct. They are used equally as much. So you might hear them in those ways, or you could practice saying them either way. I would say it's more casual to say, bahay ito ni Sarah. But if I'm walking around and we happen to be walking by Sarah's house, I could say, oh, ito ang bahay ni Sarah. This is Sarah's house. So it kind of just depends on the context of what you're trying to say. Okay, but they are both used equally as much. Okay, now let's take a look at this last set of possessive pronouns. They are different from the first set that we learned. These are also known as sa personal pronouns, and you'll see why. So these pronouns can replace the noun in the sentence. Not always, but they can, and you'll see what I mean. So akin means mine, akin. Iyo means yours, singular. That's just you, it's yours. Kanya means his or her. Kanila is theirs. Atin is ours, inclusive. Amin is ours, exclusive. Inyo is yours, plural. So these are all pronouns that still show possession or ownership, but they are different from the ones we just learned. So it's not ko or mo or nya, but now it's akin, iyo, kanya, and it means mine, yours, his or hers. Okay, so we'll take a look at how they are used. Let's take a look at car. Car in Tagalog is kotse. And remember how I said that these possessive pronouns are usually considered sa pronouns? And this is why. Usually you would use them with the word sa. Sa akin ang kotse. The car is mine. Sa akin ang kotse. Sa by itself is a preposition which means to, but it can be used in a number of different ways in Tagalog. And with these possessive pronouns, it's usually said before the possessive pronoun when you're using it in a sentence. So, sa akin ang kotse, the car is mine, sa akin. Sa iyo ang kotse, the car is yours, singular. Sa kanya ang kotse, the car is his or hers. And that's gender neutral, kanya. Sa kanila ang kotse, the car is theirs. Sa atin ang kotse, the car is ours, inclusive. Maybe we are all sharing a car. Sa atin ang kotse, the car is ours. Sa amin ang kotse, the car is ours, exclusive. So me and my husband Chris, the car is ours. Mine and his. It's ours. Sa inyo ang kotse, the car is yours. So maybe you all as a class, you are sharing a car. The car is yours, you plural. So this is the word order now. So it's the pronoun first, then it's ang, then it's the object. Sa akin ang kotse, the car is mine. And these pronouns go before the object. Remember, I had been saying that the pronouns ko, mo, nya never go at the start of the sentence. Well, for these pronouns, akin, iyo, kanya, they actually do go at the beginning and they go before the object. So that's kind of a difference there. Okay, let's take a look at some examples. I think I have to turn off my screen, so let me go ahead and do that. Now here is the word order that we just talked about. Pronoun first, then it's ang, then it's the object. And here are some examples. And here are the pronouns that we just learned. So go ahead and take a minute to do these 3 examples and then we'll go over them together. All right, so let's start with number 1. The dogs are yours, plural. Sa inyo ang mga aso. So the pronoun is sa inyo, which is yours, plural. Ang, and then it's the object, mga aso. Mga makes it plural. So sa inyo ang mga aso, the dogs are yours. Number 2, the food is ours, inclusive. So yours and mine together, we are sharing it. The food is ours. Food is pagkain. It would be sa atin ang pagkain. Sa atin ang pagkain. Lastly, number 3, the clothes are hers. Clothes is mga damit. It would be sa kanya ang mga damit. Sa kanya ang mga damit. Now I want to take a look at the difference between ang and yung. Both of these words mean the, so it's an article leading up to a noun. So far, we've been practicing with the word ang, and that just means the in a general sense. But in common conversation, and oftentimes I say yung, which is specific to a thing, like that one thing over there or that specific one. So for example, the dogs are yours, plural. Sa inyo ang mga aso. That just means, oh, the dogs are yours. The dogs, any dogs, the dogs are yours. Whereas if I were to say, sa inyo yung mga aso, maybe we had already been talking about specific dogs, like, oh, the 2 right there. Sa inyo yung mga aso, the dogs are yours. So it's a very subtle difference there, ang and yung. And oftentimes people are just using them interchangeably. But when I use yung, it's like I'm already talking about something specific. We had already been talking about some specific dogs, and I'm like, oh yeah, the dogs are yours. Now the next example, the clothes are hers. We learned, sa kanya ang mga damit. The clothes are hers. We're just talking about it in a general sense. We don't know what clothes specifically. We're just saying, oh, the clothes are hers. But if we had already been talking about maybe a box of clothes that's on the floor and someone was like, whose clothes are these? We could say, sa kanya yung mga damit. Oh, the clothes are hers. These specific ones, the clothes are hers. So that is the slight difference there between ang and yung. You will certainly hear them interchangeably in common conversation. Just for our practice, I indicate which one I want you guys to use. So sometimes it's ang, sometimes it's yung, but just know that there is a slight difference, but they are mostly the same. All right, now let's switch gears a little bit. Na is a sentence marker that is used to connect an adjective. So for example, the house is theirs. We learned, sa kanila yung bahay. The house is theirs. Sa kanila yung bahay. It's a very simple sentence. If you want to add an adjective, the big house is theirs. This is how you would do it. Sa kanila yung bahay na malaki. So see, we added an adjective now. And you would do it by adding this sentence marker na, and then it's the adjective malaki. Sa kanila yung bahay na malaki. But you could also hear it this way. Sa kanila yung malaking bahay. So this is an alternative phrase, but it still means the big house is theirs. Sa kanila yung malaking bahay. Technically, this is malaki na bahay. The na is in there, but it's being incorporated into the adjective malaki. And you only make this contraction if the adjective ends with a vowel. So see, malaki ends with an I, and when you are putting the adjective first, instead of saying malaki na bahay, you could just say malaking bahay. So it's a contraction. Now let's take a look at another example. The little house is theirs. Sa kanila yung bahay na maliit. So there's that sentence marker na, and then the adjective maliit means little. You could also hear sa kanila yung maliit na bahay. So we just switched it. We put the adjective first. And now we don't make the contraction. We don't put it together because it doesn't end with a vowel. You would still use the sentence marker na. So that's just one important thing. If the adjective does end with a vowel, you can make a contraction. And just know that the sentence marker na is there. Malaking bahay technically is malaki na bahay. But we just made the contraction just to make it easier to pronounce and make the sentence flow a little bit better. But if the adjective ends with a consonant, you don't make the contraction because it doesn't really work like that. And these two ways to say these phrases are used equally as much. There isn't a formal way, there isn't a casual way. It's just kind of personal preference or depending on what someone wants to say. Now let's do some examples. It is the sentence structure pronoun first, then the word yung. Now I want you guys to just practice yung, but again, remember it means the, and it's interchangeable with the word ang usually. Then it's the object, then it's the word na, and then it's the adjective at the end. And then here are the possessive pronouns that we learned. And here are some examples. Let's do the first one together. The white car is mine. White is puti, car is coche. So let's just follow this sentence structure. Pronoun first, sa akin, yung, then it's the object coche, then it's the sentence marker na, and then it's puti, the adjective. Sa akin yung coche na puti. The white car is mine. Sa akin yung coche na puti. What do you think the alternative way to say this would be? So remember, you can put the adjective before the object, and depending on whether or not there's a vowel at the end, you can make the contraction. What do you think the alternative phrase would be for sa akin yung coche na puti? The alternative phrase you could say is sa akin yung puting coche. So remember, the adjective can go first, and technically the sentence marker na is here, but we just made a connection. So puting coche. Sa akin yung puting coche. So for these next examples, I want you to make the sentence using the sentence structure, but also write it in the alternative way. Remember, these two ways to say it are equally used as much. So there is the vowel again, just pointing it out. You can make the contraction because puti is the adjective and it ends with a vowel. Go ahead and take a minute, do these examples, and then we'll go over it. All right, number 2, the black and orange cat is ours, inclusive. Black is itim, orange is kahel, cat is pusa. it would be, sa atin yung pusa na itim at kahel. Sa atin yung pusa na itim at kahel. Remember to say and if you have more than one adjective. It's just the word at. That means and. Now, the alternative way to say this would be, sa atin yung itim at kahel na pusa. So, na is still there because itim and kahel end with a consonant. There's nothing to make a contraction for. So, sa atin yung itim at kahel na pusa. All right, number 3, the new clothes are not yours. Singular. New means bago. Clothes is mga damit. So this is a way to kind of negate a thought. So it's not something we've seen so far, so this is how you do it. Hindi sa iyo yung mga damit na bago. So everything here is the same. We've already learned it. Pronoun, then it's yung, then it's object, then it's not, and then bago, the adjective. The only difference is that we've added the word hindi, which means no, but in this sentence, it can mean not. So the new clothes are not yours. Hindi sa iyo yung mga damit na bago. So that's how you would say not. And the alternative way to say it is, hindi sa iyo yung mga bagong damit. Hindi sa iyo yung mga bagong damit. Here you can make the contraction, bago na damit. Could just be bagong damit. All right, now let's practice with some demonstrative pronouns. Ito means this or these. Yan means that or those. If you wanted to say this is mine, it would be sa akin ito. Sa akin ito. Or you might hear sakin to. Sakin to. So a lot of people just put all the words together or shorten it. Sakin to, this is mine. That is yours is sa iyo yan. Sa iyo yan. So the pronoun goes first, and then it's the demonstrative pronoun. You might hear sa'yo yan. Sa'yo yan. And then lastly, that's not mine. Again, negating the thought. It would be hindi sa akin yan. Hindi sa akin yan. Or hindi sa akin yan. Hindi sa akin yan. All right. Now let's do some examples. First, it's the pronoun, and then it's the demonstrative pronoun. And these are the pronouns we learned. So now take a minute and do these examples. If you wanted to say those are his, it would be sa kanya yan. Sa kanya yan. Number 2, these are ours. Exclusive would just be sa amin ito. Sa amin ito. So we are just following that sentence structure, pronoun, then the demonstrative pronoun. Number 3, that's not yours. Plural is hindi sa inyo yan. Hindi sa inyo yan. So you just add the word hindi at the beginning to mean not. Okay, so let's just do a quick recap. We learned so much in today's episode. We learned the different types of possessive pronouns. Certain pronouns can go at the beginning of the sentence, and some do not ever go at the beginning, so remember to keep track of that. We also learned the different sentence structures and how to use the possessive sentence markers and demonstrative pronouns throughout these sentences. We also learned how to use English throughout these phrases if we don't know the word in Tagalog. And then we did lots of practice questions throughout the lesson, which I hope will help you understand some of these concepts. Now, let's go back to these phrases that we learned at the beginning. I want you, for your homework, to try and translate them, and I will put the answers in the video description. And then you can go over it. If you have any questions, feel free to write them in the comments. And if you need some more Tagalog resources, please feel free to follow me on Instagram, TikTok, or Facebook. I post shorter videos throughout the week to help you practice. And then feel free to check out my Amazon storefront. I have lots of good links in there for Tagalog resource books that I think are helpful. Also some Filipino-inspired products which I think you might enjoy. I also have a Stan store which has products in there, and then also I have some group classes. So if I'm holding any group classes, you might be able to sign up. Well, thank you so much for spending some time with me today. I will see you in our next Tagalog Time episode. Paalam! Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Tagalog Time with Pat. Today, we will be learning how to ask questions in Tagalog. And someone asked me if they could get a copy of these slides, maybe like a PDF form, so that you can print them out and then write on them when you are studying. I have uploaded them onto my Stan store, so you are able to download them if you would like. The link to that is in the description. So let's go ahead and get started. Here is today's agenda. Today we will be learning the different Tagalog question words. Then we will be learning how to use them to make a question formation. We will also be practicing some Tagalog responses and learning some common questions and then doing a lot of practice questions as well. So go ahead and grab a piece of paper and something to write with so that we can get started. So here are some Tagalog question words. There are a lot, and then we're going to be talking about them and then some variations as well. So let's just go through them. They don't have the translation just yet, but as we go through them, the translation will pop up as well. So ano, bakit, saan, kailan, sino, kanino, paano, ilan, alin, and ba. So these are all of the question words that we're going to be talking about today. The very first question word that we're going to learn is ano. So that means what? Ano. If you have ever heard a native Tagalog speaker, they might sometimes say ano as a filler in their conversation. Like if they can't think of the word, they say yung ano, yung ano. So it's like sometimes it can mean or the thing, but technically it means what. So here are the different ways to use ano in a question. So ano, then the word ang, then a noun. So for example, ano ang pangalan mo? What is your name? Ano ang pangalan mo? And I underlined pangalan because that's the noun. Your response could be, ang pangalan ko ay Pat. That literally means my name is Pat. But you might also hear someone say, Pat ang pangalan ko. Pat ang pangalan ko. That also means my name is Pat. Or you might just hear someone say, ako si Pat. Ako si Pat. I am Pat. So all of those are the different ways to respond. I will say the most common response in casual conversation is, ako si Pat. So ano ang pangalan mo? Ako si Pat. After that, the most common response would probably be, Pat ang pangalan ko. Pat ang pangalan ko. Ang pangalan ko ay Pat is a little bit formal. It's not very natural. It's kind of what you would read, like if something is written out. That is like the grammatically correct way to say, my name is Pat. But those are different ways to respond, and they're all correct. Another example, ano ang trabaho niya? Trabaho means job. So ano ang trabaho niya? What is her job? His or her. Niya is a gender-neutral pronoun. So you have to listen to the context of the conversation to determine who someone is talking about. So ano ang trabaho niya? And the responses could be, ang trabaho niya ay nurse. Ang trabaho niya ay nurse. Or it could be, nurse ang trabaho niya. Nurse ang trabaho niya. Or nurse siya. Nurse siya. I will say nurse siya is a little bit more like grammatically correct because it's like a person. You're not really, I don't know, it just kind of doesn't sound as correct when you say, ang trabaho niya ay nurse. It's almost, I guess it does work. It does work. Don't listen to me. But yeah, so these are the different ways to say this. Again, ang trabaho niya ay nurse is a little bit more on the formal side. Not a lot of people say it like that. It's more common for someone to say, nurse siya. She is a nurse. Which I am. Surprise, surprise, right? A lot of Filipinos are nurses. Here's another example. Ano ang blank sa Tagalog? That means, what is blank in Tagalog? What is blank in Tagalog? This is a good question to know while you are learning Tagalog vocabulary. If you see something and you want to be like, oh, what is this in Tagalog? You can say, ano ang blank sa Tagalog? For example, ano ang dog sa Tagalog? the answer would be, dog sa Tagalog ay aso. Dog sa Tagalog ay aso. Or, aso ang dog sa Tagalog. Aso ang dog sa Tagalog. So these both mean dog in Tagalog is aso. So you might be wondering, why are there so many different ways to respond? And I think it's just, a lot of languages have that. It's like you can move around some of the words, change up the grammar a little bit, and it means the same thing, but there are certain phrases or certain ways that things are more used in common conversation. In this case, I think aso ang dog sa Tagalog, or actually dog sa Tagalog ay aso. I think aso ang dog sa Tagalog is a little bit more casual. Okay. Next, ano ang verb? So this is another way to use ano. So ano ang kinakain mo? Ano ang kinakain mo? That means, what are you eating? Kinakain is the present tense form of to eat. So what are you eating? Ang kinakain ko ay adobo. Ang kinakain ko ay adobo. I'm eating adobo. Or adobo ang kinakain ko. Or kumakain ako ng adobo. So those all mean I am eating adobo. The more commonly used way to say it would be kumakain ako ng adobo. I'm eating adobo. Usually the last example that I give is the one that's more natural, like less formal and used in common conversation. Another example, ano ang sinabi niya? Sinabi means to have said. Like, what did he say? Ano ang sinabi niya? Responses could be, ang sinabi niya ay hindi. He said no. Ang sinabi niya ay hindi. Or, hindi ang sinabi niya. Or, sinabi niya hindi. Those are the different ways to say, he said no. Again, I would hear sinabi niya hindi, or hindi ang sinabi niya. Just a note about sinabi, you might hear someone say, sabi niya hindi. Sabi niya hindi. Technically, the past tense conjugation of sabi is sinabi, but people shortcut it and say sabi niya hindi. So if you hear that, that's what it means. Next, ano ang ginagawa mo? What are you doing? Ano ang ginagawa mo? And some responses, gumagawa ako ng cake. I am making a cake. And I'm going to explain this in a minute. Nanonood ako ng TV. I am watching TV. So why did I respond this way to this question? Gawa means to make or to do. So if someone asked you, ano ang ginagawa mo? They could be asking, what are you doing? And I responded, nanonood ako ng TV. I'm watching TV. Or if someone asks, ano ang ginagawa mo? That could also mean, what are you making? So I responded, gumagawa ako ng cake. I'm making a cake. So that's just the different ways gawa can be used. And then just another little note here, you'll see in the blue, verbs can be in any tense. So when you are using ano with a verb, it could be asking about what someone did in the past, what someone is doing currently, or what someone will be doing tomorrow or in the future. So verbs can be in any tense. And if you need a review of the different ways to conjugate verbs in Tagalog, go ahead and watch my previous videos. I have a video just for present tense conjugation, and then the video after that is for past and future tense. Once you get the patterns down, it's just a matter of learning new vocabulary and trying to remember the different ways they're conjugated. Okay, so here are the different uses for ano. So, ano na means what's up. Na is an emphasis word, or sometimes it means already. And in this case, it's kind of lost in translation. It's just an expression meaning, hey, what's up? For example, if someone was taking a long time to get ready and I'm like, hey, ano na, we're going to be late, ano na. So it's like, hey, what's up? Or if you haven't seen someone in a very long time, you're like, oh, ano na, hey, what's up? So that's just a different way to use ano na. Next, ano ba means what the heck. And ba is a question word, and we'll learn how to use that later at the very end of the lesson. But in this case, again, it's lost in translation, but it means like, what the heck? So for example, if someone bumped into you and they didn't say sorry, you can say, ano ba? Ano ba? What the heck? Or if someone is just joking with you, you can say, ano ba? Okay, so it's an expression meaning what the heck. Next, ano daw? That means what did they say? So daw means like you're referring to someone else after they've said something. So ano daw? What did they say? Ano daw? Next, ano ito? What is this? And then ano iyan? What is that? So that's just the different ways to use the demonstrative pronoun this and that. Ano ito? Ano yan? What is this? What is that? And then there's another demonstrative pronoun. Ano yun? Ano iyon? So what is that over there? So what is this? What is that? What is that over there? So it's like a little bit farther. That's the difference there. And then anong problema? What's the problem? Anong problema? So the NG at the end there is like ano ang problema. And you can put it together and it would be anong. So anong pangalan mo? That also works. Instead of ano ang pangalan mo, you can put it together, anong pangalan mo? And you will see this happen to a lot of the question words that we'll be learning. Anytime the previous word ends in a vowel, you can usually make this contraction or like putting the words together. You'll see that. Now let's just practice using ano. So on the left side, let me turn off my screen. So sorry. So on the left side here, you will see the rules that we just learned. So ano ang plus a noun. The example was, ano ang pangalan mo? Ang pangalan ko ay Pat. Or Pat ang pangalan ko, or ako si Pat. Again, remember, ako si Pat is the more casual way to respond. And then the next example we learned was ano ang plus a verb. So ano ang kinakain mo? What are you eating? And then those are the responses. Kumakain ako ng adobo. Now what I want you to do is to translate these examples. So they're in Tagalog. I want you to translate them to English. So number 1, what are you cooking? And then I gave you a vocab hint. Niluluto means cooking. Number 2, what is his girlfriend's name? Nobya means girlfriend. Number 3, what is cat in Tagalog? 4, what did Mark and John eat yesterday? Kinain means ate. Number 5, what are you watching? Pinapanood means watching. So let's do number 1 together. What are you cooking? Ano ang, and then the verb, right? So we're just following this sentence structure number 2. Ano ang niluluto mo? Ano ang niluluto mo? What are you cooking? And then a response could be, nagluluto ako ng pansit. Nagluluto ako ng pansit. So this kind of brings in all of the different conjugations that we had learned in the previous lessons. So try to remember how to conjugate them. And I'm just thinking here, I guess it can be a little bit confusing because in the question, it's conjugated as niluluto. And that wasn't really one of the conjugation patterns that we had learned. But nagluluto is a nag verb. So I will say there are some variations in the conjugations and you might not recognize them, but just try your best and then we'll go over it, okay? And then just follow this pattern when you're making your response as well. Take a look at the examples I did and then see if you can make the examples. And you can fill in the example with any answer that you want. So go ahead, pause the video now, and then you can come back and we will go over these questions. Okay, welcome back. Let's do number 2. What is his girlfriend's name? Nobya is girlfriend. Ano ang pangalan ng nobya niya? So we learned ano ang pangalan mo. Now, if you want to talk about someone else, you would have to add ng nobya niya. Nang means of. So nobya is girlfriend, niya is his. So what is the name of his girlfriend? You see how everything just kind of fits together, but it might not be in the order that we're used to in English. So just take note of this. It would be, ano ang pangalan ng nobya niya? That's how you would say that. Response, Sara ang pangalan niya. Sara ang pangalan niya, or siya si Sara. Siya si Sara. Something like that, okay? Number 3, what is cat in Tagalog? Ano ang pusa? Oh gosh, I just told you. Ano ang cat sa Tagalog? Pusa ang cat sa Tagalog. Pusa ang cat sa Tagalog. Next, what did Mark and John eat yesterday? Ano ang kinain nila Mark at John kahapon? Ano ang kinain nila Mark at John kahapon? I want to show you this word nila. This is like a sentence marker that is used to indicate people. So it's like their ownership. When it's multiple people, Mark and John, it's nila. When it's just one person, it's ni. So for example, if it was just Mark, ano ang kinain ni Mark kahapon? Ano ang kinain ni Mark kahapon? It's just one person. But when it's multiple people, you have to use nila. Ano ang kinain nila Mark at John kahapon? Response, kumain sila ng lechon kahapon. Kumain sila ng lechon kahapon. So, sila is the pronoun here. And that's a subject pronoun. So, kumain sila ng lechon kahapon. Using subject pronouns can be tricky, and I don't expect you to know these pronouns or these conjugations right off the bat, but hopefully you can recognize them, and then from these examples, use them this way in the future, okay? So don't get too worried if you're not getting the questions right. Just use this as a way to learn them, okay? Number 5, what are you watching? Ano ang pinapanood mo? Ano ang pinapanood mo? The response, pinapanood ko yung bagong pelikula. I'm watching a new movie. Pinapanood ko yung bagong pelikula. Or pinapanood ko yung TV, something like that. You might also hear someone say, nanonood ako ng TV. So we learned in the previous lessons, nanonood or manood means to watch. But this one is pinapanood, and it's focusing more on the object. So the movie or the show, pinapanood. Okay. Next question word is bakit. Why? Bakit. And here is one way to use it. Bakit plus an adjective plus the word ang and then a noun. So for example, bakit madumi ang kotse? Bakit madumi ang kotse? Why is the car dirty? And then the response, madumi ang kotse kasi maputik sa labas. Madumi ang kotse kasi maputik sa labas. So the car is dirty because it's muddy outside. Maputik means muddy, labas means outside. Okay, and then another example is, bakit mainit ang cellphone ko? Why is my cell phone hot? Bakit, mainit is an adjective meaning hot, ang cellphone ko. And then a response, mainit ang cellphone ko dahil masyado kong ginagamit. My cell phone is hot because I'm using it too much. So hopefully you can see here the pattern that we are following. Bakit goes first, and then it's the adjective, and then it's the word ang, and then it's the noun. Or you could also do bakit plus a pronoun and then a verb. So bakit ka umiiyak? Why are you crying? Bakit ka umiiyak? Some responses, umiiyak ako kasi nawawala yung aso ko. I'm crying because my dog is lost. Umiiyak ako kasi nawawala yung aso ko. Nawawala means lost or missing. Another example, bakit mo ginawa iyon? Why did you do that? Bakit mo ginawa iyon? Ginawa ko yun dahil mahal kita. I did that because I love you. Ginawa ko yun dahil mahal kita. You might hear me saying yun, as if there's no I, and that's commonly how it's pronounced. You might hear people say, ginawa ko iyon dahil mahal kita, but usually the letter I sound is dropped. And then another way to use bakit plus a verb. Bakit umiiyak si Michelle? So bakit plus a verb, bakit umiiyak si Michelle? Why is Michelle crying? Umiiyak si Michelle kasi nakakalungkot yung palabas. Michelle is crying because the show is sad. Nakakalungkot means it's like feeling sad, makes someone feel sad. Yung palabas, the show. So those are the different ways bakit can be used. And again, verbs can be in any tense, like we saw in ano. I want to point out the different responses that you can say when you're using bakit questions. So because can be kasi, or dahil, or sapagkat. Sapagkat. Okay, so kasi is informal. It is most commonly used. You'll hear it a lot in common conversation. Kasi. Dahil is also used a lot. We saw it in the examples. But it's a little bit more formal. But it can also be used casually. And then sapagkat is very formal. It's rarely used. It's almost like Shakespearean. You'll see it in like writing, or someone might use it maybe to prove a point or something, but it's not used a lot. It's almost like a deep Tagalog, really. So here are those examples again, and you'll see the kasi and dahil. So umiiyak ako kasi nawawala yung aso ko. I am crying because my dog is lost. So there's kasi. And then ginawa ko yun dahil mahal kita. I did that because I love you. So there's the kasi and there's the dahil. And they are used interchangeably, but kasi is more casual, dahil is a little bit more formal, but can also be used casually. Okay? Now, here are the different ways bakit can be used, and it doesn't really have a direct translation. So you might hear, bakit ganito? Bakit ganito? Ganito means like this. So why like this? Or why is this happening? So for example, it's like, oh no, I got a flat tire. I ran out of gas and I'm late for work. Oh, bakit ganito? Why is it happening? Why is it like this? And then bakit ba? Again, there's that ba question word. When it's added to bakit, it's why with emphasis. So maybe someone is annoying you. They're like, hey Pat, hey Pat. And you're like, oh, bakit ba? Why? What do you need? Bakit ba? And then, bakit na naman? Na naman means like, it's a sign of emphasis, or it means like again. Again. So, why again? So, again, maybe someone is pestering you. They're like, hey Pat. You're like, bakit na naman? What now? And then, bakit daw? So, daw again is like, what did they say? So, it's like, why did they say? So, it's like, oh, we can't go in yet. And you're like, oh, bakit daw? Why? Why not? What did they say? So those are the different ways bakit can be used. And just a Taglish tip, I am a big supporter of using Tagalog and English together, Taglish, especially while you are learning Tagalog. So here's one way to do that. Maybe use kasi and then finish your English answer. For example, why are you sad? Kasi I stayed up late why are you tired? And it would be kasi I stayed up late to finish a movie. So instead of saying because, say kasi. And then the more vocabulary you learn, you'll eventually be able to say the whole phrase in Tagalog. Why are you tired? Kasi natulog ako ng late dahil nanonood ako ng movie. Okay, so just insert Tagalog words here and there And then before you know it, you'll be able to say longer phrases in Tagalog. Now I want us to practice bakit. Here on the left side, again, are the different ways to use bakit. So bakit plus an adjective, then ang, then a noun. Bakit madumi ang kotse? Why is the car dirty? Or bakit plus the pronoun plus a verb. Bakit ka umiiyak? Or bakit plus a verb. Bakit umiiyak si Michelle? Why is Michelle crying? Okay, so those are the different sentence structures when using bakit. And just a tip, when you're making a response, you can use kasi or dahil. Remember, that means because. Here are the questions that I want us to translate. So why are you sad? Malungkot, to be sad. Let's do this one together. Why are you sad? It would be bakit. Then it's the pronoun ka. And then it's the adjective malungkot. Bakit ka malungkot? So that kind of falls under the rule number 2. Bakit plus a pronoun. Instead of a verb, it can be an adjective. Okay, so bakit ka malungkot? Your response, malungkot ako kasi ... I am sad because, malungkot ako kasi namimiss ko ang tatay ko. I'm sad because I miss my dad. Okay, so you can fill in the rest of your response with whatever you want, but hopefully it starts with this same format. So, malungkot ako kasi ... So take a minute, pause the video now, and then we will go back and answer these questions together. Okay, welcome back. Let's start with number 2. Why is Bea laughing? Tumatawa is laughing. So, bakit tumatawa si Bea? Bakit tumatawa? So, there's the bakit, there's the verb. Si Bea. So, it's referring to Bea. Bakit tumatawa si Bea? Tumatawa si Bea dahil Bea is laughing because nanonood siya ng comedy, because she's watching a comedy. Next, why is Sam's car broken? Kotse is car, sira is broken. Bakit sira ang kotse ni Sam? So this one kind of falls under the rule number 1, bakit, and then adjective, and then ang, and then the noun, kotse. And then ni Sam just indicates the ownership of Sam. So, bakit sira ang kotse ni Sam? Response could be, sira ang kotse ni Sam kasi luma na siya, because it's old. Sira ang kotse ni Sam kasi luma na siya. Next, why are the kids fighting? Mga bata is kids, nag-aaway is fighting. Bakit nag-aaway ang mga bata? So there's bakit and then there's a verb. So there's rule number 3. Bakit plus a verb. Bakit nag-aaway ang mga bata? Why are the kids fighting? The response, nag-aaway sila dahil magkaiba ang gusto nilang laruin. They want to play with different things. So a couple things I want to point out. Nag-aaway sila. So instead of repeating mga bata, I just said sila, they. And you can do that. Or you could have said, nag-aaway ang mga bata dahil, like you can repeat it again. Or you can use a pronoun like I did. Nag-aaway sila dahil. And remember, you could have said kasi. So it's interchangeable. You'll see in my answer, sometimes I use kasi, sometimes I use dahil. Magkaiba means different. Ang means is. Gusto is to like. Nilang laruin. They are playing. They want to play with different things. Number 5, why is the house messy? Bahay is house. Magulo is messy. Bakit magulo ang bahay? So this one is just directly following rule number 1. Bakit, then an adjective, then ang, then a noun. Bakit magulo ang bahay? Response, magulo ang bahay kasi the house is messy because nagparty kami kagabi. We had a party yesterday. So if you can recognize the different patterns that were used here, that's kind of where it comes from, these questions. And you can add things afterwards to make it specific, like, is it belonging to someone? Are we talking about a place or something like that? So follow these rules on the left side, and then if you have to, add more information at the end. And then when you're making a response, that is where you choose kasi or dahil, and then bring in part of the question into your response as well. If you have any questions about anything we're learning, please feel free to write it in the comments and I will try to respond. The next question we are going to learn is saan. Saan means where. So saan plus a verb. That's an example of how to use this. Saan matutulog si Bobby? Saan matutulog si Bobby? Where is Bobby going to sleep? A response is matutulog si Bobby sa sala. Bobby is going to sleep in the living room. Matutulog si Bobby sa sala. Now, you might also hear saan plus a pronoun plus a verb. For example, saan ka pupunta? Where are you going? Saan ka pupunta? That should have saan. It just says sa there. Sorry about that. So then the response, pupunta ako sa tindahan. I am going to the store. Pupunta ako sa tindahan. So that's the difference there. If you are talking about someone specific, you would add si and then their name. Saan matutulog si Bobby? Or if you just want to use a pronoun, the pronoun would go right after the question word. Saan ka pupunta? Okay, so those are the different ways to use it. I do want to point out that your response has this word sa. Sa. When the question is saan, the response is sa. Sa is a preposition and it means at a place, but it can mean to or from or something like that. So sa has a lot of different translations depending on the context. In this case, it means at a place or to, okay? Next, there's this question word, nasaan. So it's similar to saan, but it's nasaan. And here are the different ways to use it. Nasaan plus ang plus a noun. For example, nasaan ang CR? CR is comfort room in Tagalog, or in the Philippines, that's what they refer to the bathroom as. Where is the bathroom? Nasaan ang CR? The response, nasa labas ang CR. The bathroom is outside. Nasa labas ang CR. Or you could ask about a person. Nasaan si a person? Nasaan si nanay? Where is mother? Nasaan si nanay? The response, nasa trabaho si nanay. Mother is at work. Nasa trabaho si nanay. Now I want to point out that the responses all start with nasa. Okay, so when the question is nasaan, now your response has to have nasa. So that was a difference that's here. So when it's saan, the response has sa. When it's nasaan, the response has nasa. So just to go over it, when do you use saan? When do you use nasaan? Saan napunta ang cellphone ko? Where did my cell phone go? Versus nasaan ang cellphone ko? Where is my cell phone? Saan always goes with a verb. When you're asking about a verb or something that has happened with like an action, then you use saan. Saan napunta? Saan napunta? The root word of punta means to go. So napunta means went. Where did my cell phone go? Saan napunta? There's the verb. And then the response is sa. Oh, sa kotse. And then nasaan ang cellphone ko? Nasaan plus the word ang plus a noun. So when you're asking about the location of something, then it's nasaan. So it's like nasaan noun. Anytime there's like the ends, try to remember that. So your response has nasa. Nasaan ang cellphone ko? Nasa bag ko. It's in my bag. Okay? So this is just to look at it again. These are the examples we just saw. You might hear someone say asan or saan when they're referring to nasaan. So that's just like a short way to say it. So instead of saying nasaan ang CR, someone might ask asan ang CR? Where is the bathroom? Or they might even just say saan ang CR, even though technically it should be nasaan. So people shorten it, but technically, just so you know, it should be nasaan. Okay? Now let's take a look at this response. Nasa labas. Nasa labas ang CR. The bathroom is outside. These are the location vocabulary. So let's take the question, nasaan ang susi? Where is the key? Susi is key. Nasa labas, it's outside of the car. Nasa labas. Or nasa loob, it's inside the car. Nasa loob ng kotse. Nasa ibabaw, it's on top. Nasa ilalim, it's under. Nasa tabi, it's beside. So if you wanted to be specific, you would add the object afterwards. Nasa tabi ng kotse, it's beside of the car. Ng kotse. Nasa tabi ng kotse. So those are just the different location vocabulary words that you might hear. And just the sentence structure for the response, it would be nasa plus the location word that we just learned. Then it's nang, then it's a place, then it's ang, then the thing. So let's take a look at it. Nasa loob ng kotse ang susi. The key is inside the car. Nasa, loob is the location. There's nang. Kotse is a place or thing. Ang, and then susi is the thing. Okay? Nasa loob ng kotse ang susi. Or nasa ilalim ng kama ang susi. The key is under the bed. Nasa ilalim ng kama ang susi. So people ask me all the time, when do I use nang? When do I use ang? So these words, sometimes they are prepositions, sometimes they are articles that go before a noun. Just try to think about it as the translation. So the key is under the bed. So under of the bed, the key. That's how this is like literally translated. Ng kama is like of the bed. It's under of the bed. And then ang susi, the key. So a lot of it doesn't make sense. It's not the same grammar structure as in English. So just follow this pattern that I'm showing you now. And with more practice, it'll kind of come more naturally. Next, nasa, location plus si plus the person. So nasa bahay, si tatay. Nasa, and then the location is bahay. Si, and then the person. Si tatay. Father is at the house. Or, nasa loob ng bahay si tatay. So this one is just a little bit more specific of where the father is. The father is inside of the house. So there's the difference there when you're using a location vocabulary versus when you're not. So nasa bahay si tatay, father is at the house. Versus nasa loob ng bahay si tatay, father is inside of the house. Okay, so that's kind of the difference there. And then here are just some other uses for saan and nasaan. Nasaan ka? Where are you? Nasaan ka? Saan napunta yun? Where did that go? So if you're looking for something just rhetorically, you can be like, nasaan napunta yun? Saan napunta yun? Where did it go? Nasaan na? Where is it already? It's like maybe if you're waiting for a pizza to be delivered and they're taking a long time, you're like, nasaan na? Where is it? Where is it? Na again is an emphasis word. Sometimes it means already. Taga saan ka? Where are you from? Taga means from. Saan means where. Ka is referring to you. Where are you from? Taga saan ka? So those are the different ways saan can be used. Now let's practice saan. And on the left side of your screen, you will see the sentence structures that we practiced. So saan plus a verb or saan plus pronoun plus a verb. Remember, anytime we're asking about a verb, you have to use saan. Anytime we're asking about a noun, you have to use nasaan. So nasaan plus ang plus noun. Or nasaan plus si plus a person. Okay, let's put these into use and I think it'll help clarify any questions. So translate these questions to Tagalog. Where is dad going? Pupunta means going. So let's do this one together. Saan, because it's asking about an action. Pupunta si dad. Saan pupunta si dad? And then the response, pupunta si dad sa simbahan. Dad is going to church. Pupunta si dad sa simbahan. So you're kind of taking the second part of this question and using it in your response. Okay, so try practicing that. And there's that preposition sa again, to the church. Okay, pause the video now. You try the next 4 examples and we'll go over it together. Okay, so now let's do number 2. Where is the store? Tindahan is store. It would be nasaan ang tindahan. So we're asking about a noun, the store. So we have to use nasaan. Nasaan ang tindahan? The response, nasa tabi ng post office ang tindahan. Nasa tabi means beside. Ng post office means of the post office, so beside of the post office. Ang tindahan means the store. The store is beside the post office. Next, where will we be eating later? Kakain means will eat. Mamaya means later. Saan tayo kakain mamaya? So we have to use saan because we are talking about an action. Where will we be eating later? And then the pronoun just goes right after the question word. Saan tayo kakain mamaya? Your response, kakain tayo sa McDo mamaya. We're gonna eat at McDonald's later. You ready? Let's go. You pay. Kakain tayo sa McDo mamaya. Next, where is my husband? Asawa means husband or wife. Nasaan ang asawa ko? So we're asking about a noun or an object. So nasaan is what we used. Nasaan ang asawa ko? Where's my husband or wife? Husband in this case. Number 5, where is John? Oh, your response, nasa kusina siya. Nasa kusina siya. He is in the kitchen. So remember, anytime you're using nasaan, your response has to have nasa. And then up here in the previous example, anytime you're using saan, your answer has to have sa. And then last one, where is John and Simon? Nasaan sina John at Simon? So it's nasaan because we're just asking about them, not about what they're doing or where they are doing something. And then it would be nasa labas sila, they are outside. Or nasa labas sina John at Simon. So you can add their names again. Or you could just add the pronoun. And then I added that here in the number 4 example, nasa kusina ang asawa ko. So you can repeat that part of the question, or you can just use a pronoun. Okay, so up to you. So these are the question words that we have learned so far. Ano means what. Bakit means why. Saan means where. Okay? And this is where we're going. We're going to see what these other ones mean. Now, we're going to talk about kailan. Kailan means when. When. So if you want to use it in a question, it would be kailan ang, and then a noun. Kailan ang kaarawan mo? When is your birthday? Kailan ang kaarawan mo? Sa March ang kaarawan ko. My birthday is in March. Sa March ang kaarawan ko. Kailan ang handaan? When is the gathering? When is the party? Sa Sabado ang handaan. The party is on Saturday. And again, you don't have to add this part at the end. You could just say sa Sabado. Kailan ang handaan sa Sabado? But the longer response, kailan ang handaan sa Sabado ang handaan? Okay, so those are the different ways you can use kailan. There's this word sa again, and in this case, it's being translated as on or at a certain time. So that's where, or that is the leading word in your responses. Next, you can use kailan with a verb. So, kailan aalis si Nadine? When is Nadine leaving? Kailan aalis si Nadine? Aalis si Nadine bukas. Nadine is leaving tomorrow. Aalis si Nadine bukas. So, this is just a phrase, and you use the conjugation patterns that we learned, and then you just answer. So depending on what the question is, just make a statement using that correct tense of the verb. Kailan dumating sina nanay at tatay? When did mother and father arrive? Kailan dumating, so kailan plus a verb, sina nanay at tatay? Dumating sila kahapon. They arrived yesterday. So here, sina is a sentence marker that's indicating mother and father, whereas sila is the pronoun that replaces them. So if we were going to say nanay and tatay in the response, we would use sina again. For example, dumating sina nanay at tatay kahapon. But if we're just using the pronoun, it's dumating sila kahapon. Okay, so that's how you would use kailan in a verb. So there are the different sentence markers when you are using a name in your question. When it's one person, it's si. Kailan aalis si Nadine? When it's more than one person, it's sina. Kailan dumating sina nanay at tatay? All right, then you could do kailan plus a pronoun plus a verb. Kailan ka uuwi? When are you going home? Kailan ka uuwi? So there's kailan, there's the pronoun, there's the verb. We're just following the pattern here. Then, uuwi ako mamaya. I am going home later. Uuwi ako mamaya. Another example, kailan sila ikakasal? When are they getting married? Kailan sila ikakasal? Ikakasal sila sa susunod na buwan. They are getting married next month. So hopefully you're recognizing some of this vocabulary from our previous lessons. So we're pulling those patterns of conjugation and the vocabulary words from those lessons, and now we are using them in like a hypothetical conversation, right? So it's all building on each other. Now I want to show you the responses. The response might have the word nung or sa. We already talked about sa. Let's see what nung means. So nung means something happened in the past. Sa means something will happen in the future. So for example, kailan sila ikakasal? When will they get married? The response, sa susunod na buwan, next month. So sa July or sa June, in June or in July. But sa is thinking of the future. When are they getting married? Next month or in June, in July. So sa is the future. However, nung is talking about the past. So kailan sila ikinasal? So that's the past tense conjugation of to get married. They got married when? Nung nakaraan buwan. So last month. Or nung February, nung January. So last February, last January. So that's the difference there. Sa versus nung. Okay? And there's the emphasis there. And here are just some other ways to use kailan. Kahit kailan, that's just an expression meaning anytime, whenever. So maybe someone is inviting you to eat out for dinner. They're like, oh, when are you available? When can you go out for dinner? You're like, kahit kailan, anytime. Or hanggang kailan means until when. So maybe your car is broken, it's in the shop. They're like, oh, you have to keep the car here. And you're like, hanggang kailan? Until when? How long does it stay here? Have to stay here. And then next, kailan nangyari yun? When did that happen? Kailan nangyari yun? Nangyari means happened, and then yun means that. Kailan nangyari yun? And then just a pronunciation tip, it's pronounced kailan, kailan, but you will often hear it pronounced kailan, kailan. Kailan ang kasal? Kailan ang kasal? But it's not wrong to hear kailan ang kasal. It's a little bit more formal. Okay. So here are some examples. On the top left here, you will see the kailan rule. So kailan plus ang plus a noun. Kailan ang kaarawan mo? Kailan plus a verb? Kailan aalis si Nadine? Kailan plus a pronoun plus a verb. Kailan ka uuwi? When are you going home? And then here are the examples I want us to practice. Number 1, when is your vacation? Bakasyon is vacation. So let's just follow, I think it would be rule number 1. Kailan ang bakasyon mo? So kailan, then the word ang, then the noun, which is vacation, and then the pronoun. Kailan ang bakasyon mo? The response, sa susunod na linggo ang bakasyon ko. Next week. My vacation is next week. So a couple things I want to point out in the response. It should have the word sa because it's talking about the future, right? It will be next week. So there's sa. And then just try to remember how to phrase things. And if you weren't able to watch or if you don't remember the past lessons, just go from here and just copy my sentence structures. Okay, so moving forward when you answer these questions, just see if you can follow these sentence structures. Okay, so go ahead and pause the video now, and then we will go over the examples in just a minute. Okay, so number 2, when are you leaving? Aalis means leaving. Kailan ka aalis? That's just rule number 3. Kailan plus the pronoun plus the verb. Kailan ka aalis? The response, aalis ako sa Lunes. Aalis ako sa Lunes. So there's sa because it's a future action. Number 3, when did Tony come back? Bumalik means came back. Kailan bumalik si Tony? So this is rule number 2. Kailan plus a verb. Kailan bumalik? And then you add si Tony. The response, bumalik si Tony kahapon. He came back yesterday. Bumalik si Tony kahapon. Number 4, when did you buy that? Binili means bought. Kailan mo binili yan? Kailan mo binili yan? So that's rule number 3. Kailan plus the pronoun plus the verb. Kailan mo binili yan? Binili ko yan nung isang linggo. Or binili ko ito nung isang linggo. I bought that last week or I bought this last week, depending on how you want to answer your question. Number 5, when are you going to sleep? Matutulog means will go to sleep. So, kailan ka matutulog? This is just rule number 3. Kailan plus a pronoun plus a verb. Kailan ka matutulog? Matutulog ako mamaya. Matutulog ako mamaya. I know it can get a little tricky figuring out which structure to use, and then when there's a pronoun or when there's like added information that has to be added to the end. I know it can get tricky, but use these examples to see the patterns in use and then try to use them in the future. Okay, so don't get bogged down if you're not getting the answers right. Really just use this as another form of learning, right? It's okay if it's not correct yet, but I want you to see how they are being used. Okay, so the next question word we are going to learn is sino, and that means who. Sino. So these are the different ways sino is used. Sino plus the word ang, then it's a verb, a noun, or an adjective. So it's easy because you just have to use sino ang, and then you just fill in the end with a verb, noun, or an adjective. Sino ang kumakanta? Singing. Who is singing? Sino ang kumakanta? Ang kumakanta ay si Mario. Si Mario ang kumakanta, or kumakanta si Mario? Si Mario. I wanted to show you all the different ways a response could be made. So, sino ang kumakanta? Who is singing? This first example is formal. Ang kumakanta ay si Mario. This next one is a little bit formal as well. Si Mario ang kumakanta. Si Mario ang kumakanta. That's kind of formal. This one is casual. Kumakanta si Mario. Mario is singing. Kumakanta si Mario. And then this last one is just a short answer. So, si Mario. Who is singing? Mario. So those are the different ways you can say Mario is singing. Those are the different responses. And then there is the word that has to be in the answer. Si. Because we're asking about a person, your answer has to have si or sina if it's more than one person. We'll see that. So now if you are going to fill it in with a noun, sino ang mga magulang mo? Mga magulang means parents. Sino ang mga magulang mo? Who are your parents? Ang mga magulang ko ay sina John at Mary. So that's what I was just saying. Si is for one person, sina is for more than one person. So, ang mga magulang ko ay sina John at Mary. My parents are John at Mary and Mary. Another way to say it is sina John at Mary ang mga magulang ko. Or sina John at Mary. So those are the different ways to say John and Mary are my parents. When in doubt, go ahead and just use the shortest answer. I don't want you to sound redundant, and then I also don't want you to have to think of too many vocabulary words or an extended sentence structure. So just answer it with the shortest answer because it's still correct. Sino ang mga magulang mo? Sina John at Mary. And then, if it's an adjective that you're asking about, it would be sino ang, and then the adjective. Sino ang pagod? Pagod means tired. Who is tired? Sino ang pagod? Ang pagod ay ang mga bata. The kids are tired. Ang pagod ay ang mga bata. That one's formal. Next, ang mga bata ang pagod. Ang mga bata ang pagod. That is also formal. Or, pagod ang mga bata. Pagod ang mga bata. That one is casual. That is what I would say a lot more than the other two. And then the short answer, ang mga bata. Sino ang pagod? Ang mga bata, the kids. The kids are tired. So those are the different ways to say the kids are tired. Now, let's take a look at the responses. Si and sina. Si is for one person. Sina is for multiple people. So an example, kumakanta si Mario. Si Mario, because it's just one person. Versus kumakanta sina Mario at Jane. Mario and Jane are singing. So sina is used because there's more than one person. Now you can also respond with a pronoun. So sino ang pagod? Who's tired? You can say, ako, me, ako. Or sino ang pagod? Siya. Him, he is, siya. Sino ang pagod? Ikaw, you. You are tired, ikaw. So you can just respond with a pronoun. So I would say that, like, sino ang pagod? Ako. Just say ako. Keep it easy, right? And then here are the different pronouns. So ako is I, siya, he or she, so that's gender neutral. Sila, they. Ikaw, you, singular. Kayo, you all, plural. Tayo is we inclusive. That's you and me, all of us. We are all tired. Maybe we all ran a race together. We are all tired. Pagod tayo. And then pagod kami, me and my husband Chris, we ran. Only us, we did. So pagod kami, we are tired. Not you. I'm just telling you about it. Okay? Now here are other ways sino is used. Sino siya? Who is he? Who is she? Sino siya? The response, siya si Pat. She is Pat, or that is Pat. Sino ito? Who is this? Sino ito? Ito si Pat. This is Pat. Ito si blank. Sino yun? Who's that? Sino yun? Yun si Pat. That's Pat. Or sino ka? Who are you? Sino ka? The response, ako si Pat. Now, I do want to say, you really shouldn't say sino ka if you want to be polite. Sino ka is kind of rude or just a little blunt. Like, sino ka? Who are you? So it would be more polite to say, sino po kayo? So for one thing, add po to be respectful. And then when you're adding po, you have to use the plural you pronoun. So kayo, sino po kayo? That's a lot more polite instead of saying sino ka. If you want to ask, who are you again? Sino po kayo? And then just a pronunciation tip. If you have sino ang in a question, you might hear sinong. So they put it together. So sinong kumakanta? Who is singing? Sinong kumakanta? Instead of sino ang kumakanta, it's sinong kumakanta. Okay? Now let's practice some translations when we're using sino in a question. So sino ang plus a verb, noun or object or adjective. And here are the examples there. And let's do number 1 together. Who is taking a shower? Naliligo means to take a shower or taking a shower. So it would be sino ang naliligo. Sino ang plus the verb. Sino ang naliligo? Easy, right? The response, si George ang naliligo. Si George ang naliligo. Or the simplest answer, si George. Si George. But you have to add si or si na because that is the indicator of a person. You have to add that in your response. So go ahead and take a minute, pause the video now, you finish the examples, and then we'll go back and do them together. Okay, welcome back. Let's do number 2. Who is your sibling? Sibling in Tagalog is kapatid. Sino ang kapatid mo? So kapatid is a noun. So sino ang kapatid mo? The response, kapatid ko si Sam. Kapatid ko si Sam. Or it could be si Sam ang kapatid ko. Si Sam ang kapatid ko. Remember, there are different ways to respond. Number 1, we said si George ang naliligo. It could have also been naliligo si George. So again, you can look back at the different ways a response can be made. When in doubt, just say the shortest answer. So this one could have been si Sam. Sino ang kapatid mo? Si Sam. Number 3, who is scared? Natatakot is scared. Sino ang natatakot? Who is scared? Natatakot ang mga bata. The kids are scared. The kids are scared. Natatakot ang mga bata. Number 4, who cooked dinner? Nagluto is cooked, hapunan is dinner. Who cooked dinner is sino ang nagluto ng hapunan. So that's just sino plus ang plus a verb. Sino ang nagluto ng hapunan? Nang is the sentence marker before the noun. Si Lola ang nagluto ng hapunan. Lola cooked the dinner. Si Lola ang nagluto ng hapunan. And then last example, who called? Tumawag is called. Sino ang tumawag? Sino ang tumawag? So it's just the verb. Tumawag ang nanay mo. Your mother called. Tumawag ang nanay mo. Or the simplest response, ang nanay mo. Okay, so try to keep it simple when you can, but hopefully you can see the patterns that you can use when you're making a question and then answering a question. All right, the next question word that we are going to learn is kanino. Kanino means whose. Kanino. It could be used like this. Kanino, then the word ang, then the noun, then na, and then an adjective. I know that's a lot. Let's take a look at it in action. So, kanino ang sombrero na itim? Whose black hat? Kanino ang sombrero is hat, na itim. Itim means black. Now the response. Kay Jacob ang sombrero na itim. The black hat belongs to Jacob. And I want to move forward and then we're going to go back and make everything make sense. Okay, so the next sentence structure or question structure would be kanino ang plus the noun plus na and then a demonstrative pronoun. So it's similar to this previous structure. Instead of an adjective though, it's going to be a demonstrative pronoun. So kanino ang sombrero na ito? So whose hat is this? Whose hat is this? Kanino ang sombrero na ito? And the response, kay Jacob ang sombrero na iyan. That's Jacob's hat. Okay, so hopefully you can see here, there's just this pattern of kanino, then the noun, ang plus a noun, na, it's like a sentence marker. Again, sometimes it doesn't have a direct translation, but it's like the linking word for the adjective or for the pronoun. And then just a pronunciation tip, kanino ang can be put together in a contraction. It would be kaninong. Kaninong sombrero na itim. Or kaninong sombrero ito. All right, when using the contraction though, you drop the na if there's a demonstrative pronoun. So kaninong sombrero ito, you wouldn't say kaninong sombrero na ito. So that's just one thing. It's kind of redundant when you add the na again. So just to respond, you would use an ownership marker, then the person, then the word ang, then the noun, then na iyan. So let's see what that would look like. Kanino ang bahay na iyan? Whose house is that? Kanino ang bahay na iyan? Here are the different ownership markers. So one of these has to be in your response. If there's only one owner, it's kay, kay. If there's multiple owners, it's kina, kina. More than one person, it's kina. If there's not a person, if there's no one's name, then you would have to use sa, sa. So it's an improper noun or an unnamed person. So we'll see what that would look like. So an example here, kanino ang bahay na iyan? Whose house is that? Or kaninong bahay yan? If it's just one person, it would be kay Rose ang bahay na iyan. Kay Rose yan. So we are using kay because it's just Rose. It's just one person, Rose. Versus if there's multiple owners, so kaninong bahay yan? Whose house is that? Kina Mike at Ana ang bahay na iyan. Or kina Mike at Ana yan. That is Mike and Anna's house. So I want to point out there's kina. that is when you would use kina when there's more than one person owning that thing. Now, kanino ang bahay na iyan? Whose house is that? Sa kapatid ko ang bahay na iyan. That is my sister's house. That is my sibling's house. Sa kapatid ko ang bahay na iyan. Or sa kapatid ko yan. That is my sister's. That is my siblings. So you see how the person is unnamed? It's just kind of an improper noun. It's like a general answer. So that is when you would use sa, when the person is unnamed. It's just like a person in general speaking. Okay, so here are some more ownership pronouns that you could use when answering a kanino question. So, akin means mine, iyo means yours singular, kanya means his or hers, inyo means your plural, maybe it's your house, bahay ninyo, or inyo. And then atin is our inclusive. Amin is ours, me and my husband, Chris. And then kanila is theirs. So here's an example of how to use that. Kanino ang bahay na iyan? Whose house is that? Akin yan. That's mine. Akin yan. Or inyo yan. That's yours. You all live in one house. Inyo yan. That's your house. Or kanila yan. That's their house. Kanila yan. Okay, so that's how to use these ownership pronouns. I want to show you, let's go back to the first example we learned. I know it's a lot of words in this one. So, kanino ang sombrero na itim? Whose black hat is this? So, sombrero is hat, itim means black. But they are interchangeable. Like you can switch them around and it would still mean the same thing. For example, kanino ang itim na sombrero? So instead of saying, kanino ang sombrero na itim, you might hear, kanino ang itim na sombrero? So in Tagalog, you can switch the adjective and the noun around and it will still make sense. And why does that happen? It probably just goes back to baybayin or to the evolution of Tagalog in general. So the adjective and the Tagalog vocabulary word can be interchangeable and they mean the same thing. Another example, kanino ang sombrero na pula? Pula means red. So whose red hat is this? You can switch it up and it could be kanino ang pula no sombrero? So we just switched it. But I want to show you that when you switch it, you can make a contraction, meaning you can put pula and na together. And now it would be kanino ang pulang sombrero? Whose red hat is this? Okay, so those are the two things I want you to get out of this slide. First, you can switch the adjective and the noun. So you can switch them in the question and it will still make sense. Second, when your adjective ends with a vowel like pula, then you can make the contraction. Add ng to the end. Instead of saying pula na sombrero, it's pulang sombrero. Pulang sombrero. We can't do that with the word itim because it ends with a consonant. There's nothing to put together. It would still have to stay itim na sombrero. Okay, so to respond to this question, kanino ang sombrero na pula? It would just be, kay Mary ang pulang sombrero. That is Mary's hat, or that hat belongs to Mary. Kay Mary ang pulang sombrero. Okay, so your response has to have the ownership marker, kay, because it's one person, and then you can add the rest of the phrase. But remember, your simplest answer would be kay Mary, kay Mary. Now, let's practice using kanino in a question. So, kanino ang plus a noun plus na plus the adjective. Or Kanino ang plus a noun plus na plus a demonstrative pronoun. Kanino ang sombrero na ito versus kanino ang sombrero na itim. And then the response has to have the ownership marker. Remember, kay or kina or sa. Then it's the person. Then it's ang noun na iyan. Or you could just use the simplest answer. Let's take a look at these examples. Whose house is the big one? Whose house is the big one? Malaki means big. Bahay means house. It would be kanino ang, then it's the noun bahay na malaki. So whose house is the big one? Kanino ang bahay na malaki? The response, oh, here's another way to say it. Kanino ang malaking bahay? So this just goes back to the previous slide. Remember, the adjective and the noun can be switched. And if the adjective ends in a vowel, then you can make a contraction. Malaking bahay instead of malaki na bahay. Malaking bahay. And then the response would be, oh, that's it. The response is actually example number 2. So pause the video now, answer the rest of these questions, and then we will go through it. Okay, welcome back. Number 2, that is Teddy's house. It would be, kay Teddy ang bahay na malaki na yan. Or kay Teddy ang malaking bahay na iyan. Or the simplest answer, kay Teddy. Kay Teddy. Okay, so see if you can recognize kind of where the noun would go, where the adjective would go, and then see that you can switch them up and it would still make sense. Next, number 3, whose child is that? Child in Tagalog is anak. Kanino ang anak na iyan? Kanino ang anak na iyan? So that's rule number 2. Kanino plus ang plus noun plus na plus the demonstrative pronoun. Or kaninong anak yan? Kaninong anak yan? This second part is how it would be pronounced. I just want to show you how it would be pronounced. It's not technically the correct spelling of things, but that's how you would hear it or say it quickly. Kaninong anak yan? Whose child is that? Number 4, that is Chris and AJ's child. Kina Chris at AJ ang anak na iyan. Kina Chris at AJ ang anak na iyan. I want to point out kina, that is the ownership marker that you use when there's multiple people. And then the short answer, kina Chris at AJ. Kina Chris at AJ. Number 5, whose cell phone is this? Kanino ang cellphone na ito? So that's following sentence structure number 2. Kanino ang, the noun is cell phone, na, ito is the demonstrative pronoun. And just quickly speaking, someone might say, kaninong cell phone ito? Kaninong cell phone ito? So the na is dropped usually. Whenever someone is speaking quickly, the na is dropped. But I want to point out that technically there is a na. I don't think I would be a very good teacher if I didn't tell you the correct technology, like the technically correct way to say these things. But in colloquial speaking or in common conversation, the na is dropped. Kaninong cell phone ito? And then the response, that is my cousin's cell phone. Cousin in Tagalog is pinsan. Sa pinsan ko ang cell phone na iyan. So I want to point out sa is the ownership marker that you use because it's not a specific person, right? The person is unnamed. So sa pinsan ko ang cell phone na iyan. Or just in common conversation, you might hear, sa pinsan ko yan. Sa pinsan ko yan. Or even the shortest answer, sa pinsan ko. Sa pinsan ko. Okay. Let's just look at all of the questions that we have learned here. So we learned ano means what, bakit means why, saan means where, sino means who, kanino means whose. Then we're going to learn these last 4 here. Next, paano means how. Paano means how. So, paano plus a verb. Paano magluto ng adobo? How does one cook adobo? Paano magluto ng adobo? Or paano gumawa ng video? How do you make a video? How does one make a video? Paano gumawa ng video? So there's the paano question word. Then it's a verb that follows. And then ng plus a noun. Another way to use paano is paano plus a pronoun plus a verb. So paano ka uuwi? Paano ka uuwi? Paano ka umuwi? How did you get home? Paano ka umuwi? Or, paano mo nalaman yung balita? How did you discover the news? Paano mo, there's the pronoun. Nalaman, there's the verb. Yung balita. And just to note, there's no particular response formation for these paano question words. There's no pattern or anything like that, because your answers will just be a statement using the appropriate tense of the verb. So just answer as if it's a statement, right? So that brings in all of our conjugation patterns and using the correct pronouns and things like that. So just make a sentence with what you know. Now I want to show you this other question word. We learned paano, but there's also gaano. This also means how, but in a different sense. For example, gaano plus an adjective plus ang plus a noun. For example, gaano katangkad ang anak mo? Even if you've never heard the word katangkad, but you know the word matangkad. Matangkad means tall. Hopefully you can kind of maybe guess that this is asking about the height of someone's child, right? So, gaano katangkad ang anak mo? How tall is your child? Let's see another example. Oh, the answer would be 5'10" siya. He is 5'10". 5'10" siya. Here's another example. Gaano kadalas ka namimili? Kadalas means often. Madalas means often. Namimili means to go shopping. So how often do you go shopping? Gaano kadalas ka namimili? Namimili ako linggo-linggo. I go shopping every week. Namimili ako linggo-linggo. So I want to point out that when it says to use an adjective, we're actually using the adjective with a ka prefix. So technically the adjective is matangkad, tall, matangkad. But when we're using it in a gaano question, we have to use the ka prefix, katangkad. Gaano katangkad ang anak mo? And the ka prefix is a way to show the quality of something. It's asking about the characteristic of that adjective. It's a little interesting. So when we're asking gaano katangkad, it's like asking about that person's adjective or that height. So yes, again, the prefix ka is used when measuring the extent of that adjective. And then just a pronunciation tip, if you happen to see gaano ang something, it's usually put together and it's gaanong. So gaanong katangkad ang anak mo? We didn't have ang in these examples because technically you don't need it, but some people add it still, and it would be gaanong katangkad ang anak mo. So both of those are correct. Gaano katangkad ang anak mo or gaanong katangkad ang anak mo? Both of those are correct. Now, we learned paano, we learned gaano. Now there's this question, magkano. Magkano. Let's see what they all mean. So, paano is asking about an action, right? Paano gumawa ng adobo? How do you make adobo? It's asking about the action. Paano gumawa ng adobo? Or paano mo nakuha ito? How did you get this? Paano mo nakuha, the action to get, ito. Another way to ask how is gaano, but this is asking about the extent of something. Gaano kabilis ang kotse mo? How fast is your car? Gaano kabilis ang kotse mo? So it's asking about the speed of your car. And then magkano is asking about the cost of something. Magkano ang t-shirt? How much is the t-shirt? Or magkano po? How much is this po? Po is just a sign of respect. So how much is this? Okay, so very interesting. These words sound alike, but they are used for different situations. Now, here are just some other paano uses. So, paano nangyari yun? How did that happen? Paano nangyari yun? Yari means happen. And then yun means that. Paano nangyari yun? How did that happen? Or paano na ngayon? What now? Ngayon means now. So technically this is like, how now? It's a rhetorical question when something goes wrong. Like, oh no, I lost my job. Paano na ngayon? What now? What am I going to do now? And then just a pronunciation tip. It's technically paano. Paano. When there are two vowels together, you say them separately. Paano. But when speaking quickly, Filipinos just say paano. Paano na ngayon? Paano na ngayon? Now, let's practice using paano and gaano in some questions. So, paano is with a verb. How do you do something? And then paano plus a pronoun plus a verb if you want to be specific by adding a pronoun. Gaano uses an adjective. So, gaano plus adjective plus ang plus a noun. Okay, so just try to follow these sentence structures. And then here are the examples that I want us to do. Let's do number 1 together. How does one write a book? How does one write a book? Magsulat means to write. Libro is book. Libro is book. So how does one write a book? This is actually asking about an action. So we would use paano. Paano magsulat ng libro? Paano magsulat ng libro? How does one write a book? Go ahead and pause the video now and we will do the rest together. Okay, welcome back. Let's do number 2. How did you make this? Ginawa means made. Paano mo ginawa ito? So that's following rule number 2. Paano, then the pronoun, then the verb. Paano mo ginawa ito? Number 3, how far is your house? Malayo means far, bahay is house. So, gaano kalayo ang bahay mo? Do you see that it's asking about the distance of your house? So it's like an extent of that adjective. So, gaano kalayo ang bahay mo? That's why we're using gaano instead of paano, because we're asking about like an adjective related to your house. How did you get that? Nakuha means got. Paano mo nakuha yan? There's no adjective in this question, so we would just still use paano. And that follows rule number 2. Paano mo nakuha is the verb yan. Number 5, how big is their dog? Malaki is big, aso is dog. How big is their dog? So it's asking about an adjective, so we would have to use gaano. Gaano kalaki ang aso nila, their dog nila. And then number 6, how spicy is the food? Maanghang is spicy, pagkain is food. So it's asking about an adjective, the spiciness of it. So it would be gaano kaanghang ang pagkain. Gaano kaanghang ang pagkain? So in all of these examples, I gave you the adjective in the ma form, right? Malayo, malaki, maanghang. So it's the ma form of the adjective. But remember, when you are using gaano as a question, you have to change the adjective into the ka form. So it has to have the ka prefix because it's asking about the extent of that adjective. Okay, if you have any questions, again, please feel free to write them in the comments. I will try to answer. Okay, next question word we're going to learn is ilan. How many? Ilan. So it would be ilan, then ang, then a noun. For example, ilan ang anak mo? How many kids do you have? Ilan ang anak mo? Ang anak ko ay 3. Ang anak ko ay 3. I have 3 kids. Or 3 ang anak ko. Or 3. So again, there are many ways to respond. The first one is formal. No one really says it like that. The second one is common. That is what people would say. And then the last one is the short answer, which is also acceptable. I have 3 kids. That is what that means. Now, you might hear someone say, ilan na ang anak mo? Ilan na ang anak mo? Na means already. It's kind of like an emphasis. Maybe you haven't seen someone in a very long time and you're just catching up. They're like, ilan na ang anak mo? How many kids do you have now? Or how many kids do you have already? So it's just like an emphasis. And then technically, when you want to make something plural, you have to add the word mga. So mga anak, kids, mga anak. But in the question form, you don't have to add mga because it's already implied. So you don't say, ilan ang mga anak mo? You can, it's not wrong, but people drop it and it's just, ilan ang anak mo? How many kids do you have? But it's not incorrect if you wanted to add mga, ilan ang mga anak mo? It's just kind of redundant. All right, next, ilan ang plus a verb. Ilan ang pupunta sa handaan? How many are going to the party? Ilan ang pupunta? Pupunta is the verb meaning to go. So, ilan ang pupunta sa party? The response is, ang pupunta ay 5. Or 5 ang pupunta. Or 5. I would say the second one. 5 ang pupunta. 5 people are going to the party. Next example, ilan ang kakain dito? How many are eating here? Ilan ang kakain dito? And then, your response is, ang kakain dito ay 3. Or 3 ang kakain dito. Or 3. That means 3 people are eating here. Or will eat here. So, both of these questions ask about like how many people are coming, how many people are eating. And I didn't add the word tao because it's kind of implied already. Like, ilang tao ang kakain dito or ilan na tao ang kakain dito. Those just kind of make it a little bit more complicated. If you want to just get straight to the point of the question, you don't have to add the word tao. It's kind of implied. So, ilan ang pupunta sa handaan, ilan ang kakain dito. It's asking about like the people. Okay. Next. Just a pronunciation tip. When there's ilan ang, it's usually put together and it's ilang. Ilang taon ka na? How old are you? Ilang taon ka na? I will say when you make the contraction, though, it kind of changes up the sentence structure or the grammar. So, ilan ang taon mo? Technically, if we were following the sentence structure that we learned, it would be ilan ang taon mo? How many years do you have? How many years are you? But when we make the contraction, ilang taon ka na, now we are using a different pronoun. So, ilang taon ka na. And you don't have to add na. Ilang taon ka? How old are you? Ilang taon ka? But I do want to point out you have to change the pronoun here when you're making the contraction. And it's just a different form of asking how old are you. Another example of that is ilan ang anak mo? How many kids do you have? Versus ilang anak ang meron ka? So we made the contraction and then now we changed up the grammar a little bit. So they both mean how many kids do you have? But this one is literally meron means to have. So ilang anak ang meron ka? How many kids do you have? So same meanings, just different ways of saying it. All right. Now, when you respond with an amount of something, you might hear or you might use this word lang or na. So, ilan ang anak mo? How many kids do you have? A response could be, isa lang ang anak ko. I only have one kid. Lang means only. Isa lang ang anak ko. Or, na means already. Tatlo na ang anak ko. I have 3 kids already. Tatlo na ang anak ko. Or another example, ilang donuts ang kinain mo? How many donuts have you eaten? Ilang donuts ang kinain mo? Or how many donuts did you eat? So, you could say, dalawa lang, only 2. Dalawa lang, only 2. Or, apat na ang kinain ko. I already ate 5. I've already eaten 5. Apat na ang kinain ko. So these 2 words kind of show almost like an emphasis, or they just give you an idea of how much or little something is. Only and already. Okay? Now, there are other ways to use ilan. Very interesting. So there's pang-ilan, tig-ilan, and mga ilan. So, pang-ilan is what you use when you're asking about the ranking of something or the order of something. So, for example, pang-ilan ka sa magkakapatid? In what order were you born amongst your siblings? So, were you the oldest? Were you the firstborn? Are you in the middle? Are you the last? Where were you in the order of your siblings? Pang-ilan ka sa magkakapatid? Some responses, panganay ako, I'm the oldest. Panganay ako. Pangatlo ako, I'm the third. Pangatlo ako. Or bunso ako, I am the youngest. Bunso ako. So you'll see the response usually has pang in it because the question has pang. So pang is almost like in which or where. It's just asking about like the placement of things. Okay, so here's another example. Pang-ilan ka sa contest? What place did you get in the contest? Pang-ilan ka sa contest? Here are some examples. Una ako, I was first. Una ako. Pangalawa ako, second. Pangatlo, third. So again, there's that pang prefix that you use to answer when it's a pang question. Very interesting. Next, tig-ilan means how many of each. So for example, maybe you're shopping at a store and you're like, oh, I like all of these t-shirts, but I want multiple of them. They might ask you, tig-ilan na t-shirt ang gusto mo? How many of each t-shirt do you want? For example, oh, I want 3 of the red t-shirts, 2 of the white t-shirts, 1 of the black. So, tig-ilan na t-shirt? How many of each t-shirt do you want? Your response would just be the number of it. So, dalawang pula, 2 reds, isang puti, 1 white, and so on. So, you see it's asking how many of each type of thing. Another example, tig-ilan na tsokolate ang gusto mo? How many of each chocolate do you want? So, for example, if there are M&Ms, Snickers, Twix, and so on, tig-ilan na tsokolate ang gusto mo? You could say, tig-iisa po. I'll take 1 of each. Tig-iisa. 1 M&M, 1 Snickers, 1 Twix. Tig-iisa. Or tigdadalawa po. 2 of each. 2 M&Ms, 2 Snickers, 2 Twix. Tigdadalawa. Tigdadalawa. And then tigtatatlo po. 3 of each. You get the idea. And then I want to show you that the question has na. So tig ilan na t-shirt, tig ilan na chocolate. And in this case, na is translating as of. How many of each t-shirt, how many of each chocolate do you want? And then just a pronunciation tip here. Tig ilan is a homonym, meaning it can have different translations depending on how it's pronounced. So tig ilan, when there's a hyphen in it, you have to have that glottal stop. Tig ilan. That means how many of each. When there's no hyphen, tigilan, tigilan. It's just one word, tigilan. That means to stop. For example, tig ilan t-shirt ang gusto nila. How many of each t-shirt do they want? Tig ilang t-shirt ang gusto nila. That means how many of each t-shirt do they want? But if you say, tigilan mo yan, that means stop that. Okay, so again, that glottal stop is important for proper pronunciation because they mean different things otherwise. And lastly, mga ilan means about how many. Mga ilan. So, mga ilan na tao ang darating? About how many people are coming. Mga ilan na tao ang darating. You could say mga 10 tao or mga 10 na tao. There's the contraction that you can make when the adjective or when the number ends in a vowel. Just add the ng at the end. So about 10 people, mga 10 tao. And up here, I just wanted to show you, you can make a contraction again. Instead of mga ilan na tao ang darating, it's mga ilang tao ang darating. About how many people are coming. So that's just a pronunciation tip. Make that contraction to make it flow a little bit better. Another example, ilan na tao ang darating? How many people are coming? Ilan na tao ang darating? 10. So that's just to show you the difference here. Mga ilan is about how many are coming versus ilan na tao ang darating. This is like definitive. 10 people are definitely coming. Versus mga 10, about 10. Okay, so when you add mga, it's asking about like an estimation. When you don't have mga, it's asking for a definitive answer. And then just another example of mga ilan na oras ang biyahe. Mga ilang oras ang biyahe. About how long is the trip? Mga 3 oras. It's about 3 hours. Mga 3 oras. So there is the na again, and then you can put it together so that it's just ilang. So mga ilang oras ang biyahe or mga ilang tao ang darating. All right. So this is just a review of how to use these different ilan questions. So pang ilan is a ranking question or asking about the order placement. Tig ilan is asking about how many of each. Mga ilan means about how many of something. Okay, now let's practice using ilan in some questions. So on the left side, you will see the different ways to use ilan. Ilan plus ang plus a noun. Ilan ang anak mo? Or ilan plus ang plus a verb. Ilan ang pupunta sa handaan? And here are some examples. Let's do number 1 together. How many cats do you have? Mga pusa is cats. It would be ilan ang pusa mo. Ilan ang pusa mo? Remember, you don't have to add mga, but you can. It's not incorrect. But just to be quick about it, and if you want to sound natural, you don't have to. So, ilan ang pusa mo? Ilan ang pusa mo? How many cats do you have? pause the video now and you do the rest and then we will go over it. All right, welcome back. Number 2, I have 2 cats. Dalawa ang pusa ko. So that's how you would respond to question number 1. I have 2 cats. Dalawa ang pusa ko. Number 3, how many are coming to the house? Darating means coming. So it would be ilan ang darating. So ilan plus ang plus a verb. Ilan ang darating sa bahay. Number 4, 4 people are coming to the house. Apat means 4. So 4 people are coming to the house would be apat ang darating sa bahay. Apat ang darating sa bahay. Remember, the short answer would be apat, apat. Number 5, how many friends do you have? Kaibigan is friends. Actually, kaibigan is friend. Mga kaibigan would be friends. Ilan ang kaibigan mo? Ilan ang kaibigan mo? How many friends do you have? Also, you could say, ilan ang mga kaibigan mo? Ilan ang mga kaibigan mo? That is also correct, but remember, you don't have to add it. Number 6, I have 10 friends. 10 means 10. 10 ang kaibigan ko. 10 ang kaibigan ko. Or 10 ang mga kaibigan ko. I have 10 friends. All right. Another way to answer this, meron akong 10 mga kaibigan. So I want to show you again, there are different ways to answer. There's a long form, there's a short form, there's an even shorter form, right? Just say the number by itself. So if you hear different responses, hopefully you can recognize some of the vocabulary words and just kind of go from there. This one is a fun practice. So I want us to match the question words with the correct example. Then we're going to translate and then give a response. So on the left side are the different question words. Pang ilan, tig ilan, mga ilan. On the right side are some example questions. How many of each hat do you want? About how many balloons are we going to buy? How many drinks have you had? Like, what number is that? Or what number of drinks is that for you? So we have to match what question word would go with that question, and then we will translate. So go ahead and do that. Pause the video and see if you can match and then translate and give a response. Okay, welcome back. Let's see. This is what the answers would be. Pang ilan goes with this question. How many drinks have you had? What number is that? What number of drinks is that for you? So it's asking about like the order of your drinks and asking about just basically like where you are in your line of drinks. Tig ilan would be how many of each hat do you want? So it's asking about the amount of each. Mga ilan, about how many balloons are we going to buy? So it's an estimation. We don't know exactly. It's just about how many do you want. Okay, so hopefully you were able to match them. Now let's see if we can translate them. How many of each hat do you want? It would be, tig ilan na sombrero ang gusto mo? Tig ilan na sombrero ang gusto mo? And then your response could be, tig iisa po, one of each. Tig iisa. Next, about how many balloons are we going to buy? Mga ilan na lobo ang bibilhin natin? Or mga ilang lobo ang bibilhin natin? Your response, mga 5, about 5, mga 5. How many drinks have you had? What number is this? What number of drinks is that for you? All of that is encompassed by this one question. Pang ilan na inumin mo na yan? Pang ilan na inumin mo na yan? Pang-apat na ito. This is my 4th. Pang-apat na ito. So do you see how that one is asking about the order of your drinks or like how many you had? And then your response is just that order. So this is the fourth. Pang-apat na ito. All right. So those were different ways to ask for how many. This next question word, alin, means which. Which. Alin. So alin ang, alin ang plus a verb. Alin ang plus a verb. So alin ang gusto mong damit? Yung pula or yung puti? Which dress do you like? The red or the white? Alin ang gusto mong damit? Your response would just be one of the choices. Yung pula ang gusto ko. The red is the one I like. I like the red one. Yung pula ang gusto ko. Or, yung pulang damit ang gusto ko. If you want to be specific, yung pulang damit ang gusto ko. So, yung pula means the red one. Yung pulang damit means the red dress, specifically. And then I want to point out, mong up here is just mo plus nang put together. So, alin ang gusto mo ng damit? Alin ang kinain mo? Yung cookie or yung cake? Which did you eat? The cookie or the cake? So, there's alin, then ang, then a verb. Alin ang kinain mo? Yung cookie or yung cake? Which did you eat? Your response, yung cake ang kinain ko. I ate the cake. Or, kinain ko yung cake. So those are the different ways you can respond. And then, of course, you can always put things together. So, alin ang becomes aling. So, aling gusto mo? Aling gusto mo? Alin ang gusto mo? Aling gusto mo? Alin plus an adjective. Alin plus ang plus an adjective. Alin ang mas malaki? Yung bahay na pula o bahay na puti? It's kind of hard to see. Oh, there's the White House right here. It's to the left of the Red House. So, alin ang mas malaki? Which is bigger? Yung bahay na pula, the Red House, o yung bahay na puti, the White House? Mas malaki yung bahay na pula. Mas malaki yung bahay na pula. The Red House is bigger. Mas means more, or it's like the part of an adjective. Here's another way to describe an adjective. Alin ang pinakamalaki? Which is the biggest? Yung bahay na itim ang pinakamalaki. The black house is the biggest. So I just want to point out these two words, mas and pinaka. Those are called superlative adjectives. So let's take a look at those a little bit more. So big is malaki, bigger is mas malaki, biggest is pinakamalaki. Small is maliit, smaller is mas maliit, smallest is pinakamaliit. And then just one more example, pretty is maganda, prettier is mas maganda, prettiest is pinakamaganda. So those are the different ways you can describe something, especially in this alin question form, like which is bigger, which is the biggest. Now you can also use alin with a pronoun. So it's alin plus ang plus noun plus pronoun. Alin ang bahay mo? Which is your house? Alin ang bahay mo? Your response? Yung bahay na maliit ang bahay ko. Or yung maliit na bahay. Both of those mean the small house is mine. Yung bahay na maliit ang bahay ko. And then another example now with verbs. Alin plus na plus noun plus ang plus a verb. So, alin na kotse ang bibilhin mo? Alin na kotse ang bibilhin mo means which car are you going to buy? Yung mura na kotse, the cheap car. Yung mura na kotse. I think we already saw this. Anytime you see alin na it's aling. So aling kotse ang bibilin mo? Aling kotse. Now, let's practice some questions using the word alin. Here are the different formats of using alin. Alin plus ang plus a verb. Alin plus ang plus an adjective. Alin plus ang plus a noun and pronoun. Then alin plus na plus noun, ang, and verb. Here are our practice questions. Which is your favorite? The sweet or the salty one? Paborito means favorite. Matamis means sweet. Maalat means salty. Alin ang paborito? So we just followed rule number 2. Alin ang paborito mo? Which is your favorite? And then the next part of the question, yung matamis o yung maalat? The sweet or the salty? Yung matamis o yung maalat? You take a minute, you do the rest, and then we'll check. Okay, number 2, my favorite is the sweet one. Paborito ko yung matamis. Paborito ko yung matamis. That is how you would respond to that first question. Or you could say these ways. Yung matamis ang paborito ko. The sweet one is my favorite. Or just simply you could say yung matamis, the sweet one. Number 3, which dish is the most delicious? Adobo or sinigang? Ulam means a dish or a meat. Masarap means delicious. So, alin na ulam ang pinakamasarap? Alin na ulam ang pinakamasarap? So, it's kind of taking rule number 4, but then instead of a verb, it's adding the superlative adjective. And then the choices would just be adobo o sinigang. Adobo is the most delicious dish, would be adobo ang pinakamasarap na ulam. Adobo ang pinakamasarap na ulam. So there you go. Hopefully you can see the patterns and then using some of these sentence markers when you want to add more information to your sentence. And I want you to try this Taglish tip whenever you are giving a choice. Maybe you can start using this word yung. So it's like, what do you want to watch tonight? Yung comedy or yung horror? So the comedy or the horror movie. So try using Taglish when you can. So that's one way to do that. So give choices by adding this word yung. Okay, home stretch. This is the very last question word we're going to be learning. Ba is a question word that's added to questions when it's a yes or no answer. It's interesting because ba doesn't really have a direct English translation, but you can add it to a statement and it will turn it into a question. So these are the common placements of ba. First, it goes after a noun, adjective, or a verb, or it can go before or after some pronouns, and it goes after na or pa if they appear in a phrase. So first, it can go after a noun, adjective, or verb. For example, bahay ba yan ni Sarah? Is that Sarah's house? Bahay ba yan ni Sarah? It's going after the noun. Or, mabait ba si Tita Baby? Is Tita Baby nice? Mabait ba si Tita Baby? So it's going after the adjective, mabait. Lastly, it can go after the verb. Nagluto ba si David? Did David cook? Nagluto ba si David? So it's going after the verb nagluto. Next, sometimes ba goes before a pronoun. Sometimes it goes after. Take a look at this. So subject pronouns, we already learned about these in the previous lessons. Kumakain ako means I am eating. Kumakain ako. But if you wanted to ask, am I eating? Like if you're asking yourself rhetorically, ba would go before it. Kumakain ba ako? Am I eating? Kumakain ba siya? Is he eating? Kumakain ba sila? Are they eating? Kumakain ba kayo? Are you all eating? Kumakain ba tayo? Are we eating? Kumakain ba kami? Are we eating exclusive? But take a look at this pronoun. Kumakain ka ba? Ka. When you are using the singular you, ka, ba goes after that. Kumakain ka ba? And that's the only pronoun in the subject pronouns when ba would go after it. And I haven't found a rhyme or reason why this happens. Why is it ka has to go before the ba? It's just one of those things that has been a pattern in the Tagalog language. So just take note of that. Again, if you mix it up, if you happen to say kumain ba ka, that's not correct, but someone will correct you, hopefully. So don't be scared of making the mistake. Just know that there are certain times when ba goes before or after. Now let's take a look at possessive pronouns. So bahay nila yan, that means that is their house. Bahay nila yan. But when you add ba, it turns it into a question. Bahay ba nila yan? Is that their house? Bahay ba nila yan? So it's going before. Next, bahay ba namin yan? Is that our house? Bahay ba namin yan? Or bahay ba natin yan? Our house inclusive, bahay ba natin yan? So those three examples, ba is going first. Now take a look at the last four examples. Ba is going after the pronoun. Bahay ninyo ba yan? Ninyo can be interchangeable. I've actually heard it bahay ba ninyo yan and bahay ba ninyo yan. So I've heard ba go before and after the pronoun for ninyo. Next, bahay mo ba yan? Bahay mo ba yan? Ba is going after the pronoun. Bahay ko ba yan? Bahay ko ba yan? And bahay niya ba yan? Bahay niya ba yan? Niya is another pronoun where I've heard both. Bahay ba niya yan? But mo and ko usually go before ba. So it's tricky. This slide is just to show you that it can be tricky when using ba and pronouns. I would say practice it. Also listen to native Tagalog speakers or listen to Tagalog movies and you will see where, or you will hear where ba naturally goes. Okay? Again, it's unclear why ba goes before or after some pronouns. And there's no rhyme or reason that I know of. If anyone knows of a reason, please let us all know because I'd love to know. Next, ba goes after the words na or pa if they appear in the question. So na means already, na means already, pa means still. For example, natulog na ba si ate? Did big sister go to sleep already? Natulog na ba si ate? Or gising pa ba si kuya? Is big brother still awake? Gising pa ba si kuya? There's pa and it means still. Is he still awake? Kumain na ba kayo? Have you eaten already? Kumain na ba kayo? Na is right there and that means already. And lastly, busog pa ba kayo? Are you all still full? Maybe you ate a lot. Busog pa ba kayo? What's interesting is that when you take out the word ba, then these are all just statements. Natulog na si ate. Ate is asleep already. Natulog na si ate. As soon as you add the word ba, it turns it into a question. Natulog na ba si ate? Did ate go to sleep already? Same with busog pa kayo. Busog pa kayo. You all are still full. You're full. You ate a lot. You're still full. Busog pa kayo. But as soon as you add ba, it turns it into a question. Busog pa ba kayo? Are you still full? Very interesting how this small word can make a big difference. So now here are just some other ba uses. Talaga ba means, is that so? Talaga ba? Talaga means really. And when you add ba, it means, oh, really? Is that so? Hindi ba that means, is it not? So it's like, hey, these are not the right tickets. And you're like, hindi ba? It's not. And then oo ba means sure. Like, hey, do you want to come with me? Oo ba? Okay, sure. Oo ba? Now, you can add ba to any of the question words that we learned, and it kind of works as an emphasis. We already saw some of these. Ano ba means what the heck? Ano ba? Bakit ba means why with emphasis. Bakit ba? Sino ba? Like who with emphasis. Like if someone is like, hey, someone's knocking at the door, they're really knocking, they're knocking really hard, and you're like, sino ba? Who is it? And again, same with those other question words. Saan ba, ilan ba, kailan ba? It's just asking it more with an emphasis. Alrighty, last set of practice questions here. Let's practice ba, and here are the placements of ba. Remember, they go after a noun, adjective, or verb. They go before or after some pronouns, and then they go after na and pa if they appear in the question. Let's do the first one. Kumain ka ng almusal. We have to change the statement into a question by adding ba. So, kumain ka ng almusal means you ate breakfast. Where would ba go? Kumain is a verb, so it would probably go after that. Let's see. Kumain ka ba ng almusal? So it actually goes after ka because it is the pronoun, one of the pronouns that go before ba. Tricky, right? It's just one of those things that we'll have to memorize. So, kumain ka ba ng almusal means you ate breakfast. Did you eat breakfast? Pause the video now and then we will do the rest in just a minute. Okay, welcome back. Number 2, nasa eskwelahan na ang mga bata. The kids are at school already. Nasa eskwelahan nasa eskwelahan na ang mga bata. The answer would be, nasa eskwelahan na ba ang mga bata? Nasa eskwelahan na ba ang mga bata? So there's the word na, ba would go after that. Next, galit si nanay. Mother is mad. Galit ba si nanay? Galit is in adjective, so ba would just go after that. Rule number 1. Number 4, bahay yan ni Ate Mary. That is Ate Mary's house. Bahay yan ni Ate Mary. Where would ba go? It would go after the noun. Bahay ba yan ni Ate Mary? Is that Ate Mary's house? Number 5, aso mo yan. That is your dog. Aso mo yan. It would be aso mo ba yan? So tricky. You might have put ba after aso, but mo is one of those pronouns that has to go before ba. And just one of those things that we have to remember again. Number 6, pupunta dito si Luke bukas. Luke is coming here tomorrow. Pupunta dito si Luke bukas. Where would ba go? Pupunta ba dito si Luke bukas? So ba would just go after the verb. Okay. We did it. We learned all of the different Tagalog question words. There's a lot, isn't there? And there are lots of different ways to use them. But let's go ahead and review them. So ano means what? Ano. Bakit? Why? Bakit? Saan? Where? Saan? Kailan? When? Kailan? Sino? Who? Sino? Kanino? Whose? Kanino? Paano? How? Paano? Ilan? How many? Ilan? Alin? Which? Alin? Ba is a question word. Ba. And then just to recap, here is everything we did in class today. We learned the different Tagalog question words. We learned the question formation of these words. We also practiced some responses. We also learned some common questions.